STPL. Okay, I don't know how we went back here, but we know the format by now. Hey guys, welcome. I am not putting up the green screen today because I am boiling, so I'm not gonna like completely trap myself in. So you're gonna have me in all my glory, and you can kind of see Lottie in the background there, being all cute, so it's all good. But no green screen today. It's been quite warm in the UK, and for some reason, even though it's colder now, I'm still really hot. So whatever, it's all good. Finally, we'll be able to watch the games from from Friday last week that we didn't actually get a chance to see. So let's introduce both of our teams to start us off. So first of all, we have the one, the only aSh. aSh, one of the oldest clans in the foreign scene, have been around for a very, very long time. Still have the same management, but for STPL, they kind of have their own management. In terms of Hit 'em Up and Dreamer, as well as Black Sun, but he kind of does I think Black Sun does the lineups for BWCL or something, I'm not really too sure, but they've got some good players on their roster. Dreamer, TTF, Shad, and Hades today. Should be a lot of fun to see them. Now, in terms of how they've done previously in the STPL, I brought this up before, but essentially they've not been the strongest, but in Season 2 they really came out their shell. They got a lot more active, and the players they've added have been doing a lot better. So looking forward to seeing how they're going to do. Now let's have a look at their opponents. It's going to be BuLL. Now BuLL, in Season 1, didn't do that well. Season 2, they did a lot better. They just missed out on qualifying for the playoffs. And in Season 3 so far, yes, they did lose their first series, but I think the only way is up for them because they're definitely a little bit stronger than they used to be. Now, these two teams have played before. They are 1-1, so this will be a kind of deciding match between them, at least for the time being. If this was going to be a best of 3, but let's have a look at the lineups as well. We're going to start with a PVT on Byzantium 3. We're going to have a TVT on Monty Hall SE. We're going to have a ZVP between Shad and Wapple on Andromeda. And then we're going to have a PVZ between Hades and Dark on Tripod. So that's something I'm going to need to sort in a second, but that's fine. We'll sort that out in a minute. But just getting into our first game here. Starting us off here, we are going to have aSh Dreamer. Dreamer was one of the managers for MSJ when they were a clan. They were like a complete, I think they were fully Russian. They joined us in Season 2 at the very beginning, but it was either... No, I think they may have even joined us in Season 1, and they kind of died very early on. They just didn't have enough active players. Dreamer moved to aSh, has had pretty good success. I mean, looking at his stats, he's 5-5 in his last 10 games, which isn't too bad. He's almost got a 50% win rate over... I'm going to regret doing this, 26 weeks. I can count, it's all good. He's only got a 33% win rate versus Terran, but hopefully that shouldn't cause too many problems. The player he's going to be up against is going to be Inca. Now, Inca actually started off in the STPL as a Protoss player, and he does seem to have transitioned into being a Terran player here. So I'm kind of interested to see how he's going to do, unless I'm completely wrong. No, I think he's always been Terran. I think he may have always been Terran. I think someone in one of the group chats today messed me up. But it's all good. Hey Castamuse, good to see you, man. Let's introduce our first map. Then we can get into the first game. It's going to be Byzantium 3. Now, Byzantium 3, definitely one of my favourite maps in this season. Quite standard. Was the first map of its kind, really, to have a high ground main and a low ground natural. A high ground natural, low ground main. It's kind of like the precursor to maps like Gladiator, maps like Neo Jade. And overall, it's actually really good. Now, back in the day, it was actually incredibly imbalanced towards Protoss over Terran. But Terran in the STPL is certainly doing a little bit better. Although when you look at the players, Scan, Yes Man, both of them incredibly good Terran players. And I mean, Narsil taking out Pre was actually a pretty big upset. So it's going to be kind of cool to see how this is going to play out as we get further in the season. But rather than speak about further in the season, let's speak about right now as we get into game number 1. Okay, now starting us off here in the top right hand position in the red, we have Dreamer fighting for aSh. In the bottom left, in the blue, we have Inca for BuLL. Now I'm looking forward to seeing this PVT. Definitely interested to see how our Bolivian players play today. I know... Well, I've been told that apparently the latency wasn't great between some of the players in this series. I mean, Dreamer is in Russia, Inca is in Peru if I remember correctly. Yep, he's Peruvian. And that's a long way for latency, so there could have been a little bit of lag. I have been warned that some of the players may have spoken about their distaste with the lag, but we'll have to have a look at how that's going. Now someone's saying the game volume is low. I don't think it is. It's really loud for me and it seems okay on OBS, so we'll go from there. Okay, Ghost is busy saying there is no music, so let's mess with this just a little bit. Trouble is, it's really loud for me. Maybe this will be a little bit better. Okay, so that looks a little bit better. It's not actually that much louder for me either. Now, we've got a barracks and a depot coming up on the high ground. This is reminiscent of some of the earliest games on this map, where in Byzantium it was the first map where one rack's fast expand was actually used against Protoss, because on this map, essentially, you can lose the high ground incredibly easily, and much like on Gladiator, it is very hard to take it back if you lose it. So a lot of Terran players, to try and get around that, or Up Magic specifically back in the day, decided, what if I can SimCity at the top of my ramp, build a command center, and build a bunker? It seems so unbelievably crazy to think it took a map like this for that to actually become a normal build order, but that was the way it worked. So looks like Dreamer did go for a Zealot first, which, if the latency is a little bit funky, I would say it's a little bit confusing to do that. But also, a Terran player in me wants to say that a Zealot has a much better time against Marines in lag than a Marine has against a Zealot, but that would be Artosis levels of Salt coming out there, so we don't want to go there. Now, Dreamer is going to go, or scout last with the Zealot, which is a little bit unfortunate, means he won't be able to get any damage done. Now, Inca, despite the fact it looked like he was going for a 1 rack's fast expand, he actually built a gas, he's built his factory, and he's going for a factory expand here. Now, you can already see how annoying this is. Like, this is why you don't want to do this build specifically, and build the SimCity up here, because the problem you've got is you're now going to be up against a Dragoon and a Zealot. There's no real benefit for you being up here whatsoever. Yes, it means you get your expansion a little bit quicker later on, but you also have to worry about microing units, whereas if you stay on your ramp, they can't push in. You've got no command center or bunker up here, so having SCVs and Marines here is kind of pointless. But here we go, let's see what Inca can do with it. He pushes forward a little bit. Let's have a look at the micro. Pretty good Marine splitting so far. Very difficult to do. I'm sure Dreamer is not happy going up against that Marine micro there. But looks like he is fine. He didn't lose the Zealot, which is the main thing. He didn't take any damage on that Dragoon. And now with the second Dragoon coming in, this makes things a little bit more difficult. Now let's have a look. See if he can actually micro against this. Marines are doing a very, very good job. The SCVs being very annoying at the front as well. This one Dragoon might go down. No, he does pull it back in time. But this is not looking good. Now you can see the benefit of this is Dreamer is able to get his Nexus up. Still no command center coming in here. Both the SCVs going to repair themselves. Nice micro here by our Terran player. And Dreamer is just continuing to add Dragoons on. Here we go. 3 Dragoons and 1 Zealot. Are they going to be able to push in and get the tank? It looks a little bit risky, but the tank moving a little bit too far forward, but losing one of the Dragoons, not where you want to be. And saves the tank as well. Wow. Inca with some very nice micro here is pretty damn good. Now, we've got a robo facility coming in behind this. Dreamer knows that he needs to kind of transition. There's no way he's going to be able to break this. Now, still no expansion. This is actually going to be a push timing here. It's a weird FD timing from Inca coming out. He lost a few Marines, but he's got 2 tanks here. I think that's 6 Marines and 2 SCVs. And with Vultures with mines available and speed coming in to reinforce, this could actually be a really good timing. Dreamer lost a lot of health on these Dragoons. Looks like the Zealot did go down as well. And, I mean, Dreamer has to fight this. He has to fight it before it gets to his natural, or he is going to get mine contained in his main. Oh my god, the Dragoons being used... Oh, sorry, the SCVs being used there perfectly to block the... Dragoon from escaping. Does kill it, but look at this micro from Dreamer pulling back really, really nicely. All the Marines are dead, but now he has to worry about these mines. He cannot let these mines get on top of his... oh, the mine track, oh! Okay, that was not as impactful as I thought it was going to be, but here we go. Looks like the Dragoons are going to spread out a little bit. One of them does go down immediately. One of the Dragoons heading into the mineral line where there's mines available is not the best place you want to be. But it looks like Inca may have just broke through. I don't think Dreamer can hold this anymore. He's only got 1 gate. Well, he's got 3 gates now, but there's mines outside of it. You can already see one of the mines going off already. Looks like the probes are being pulled onto the high ground, but they're going to be pulled into... Oh! Oh my goodness, that mine. These mines are getting worse and worse. So many probes are going to be going down. And Inca, okay, he's not hiding a base. That would have been extra. That would have been completely extra, but here we go. Looks like this is just too much for Dreamer to hold on to. Inca did such a good job with that push. And, yeah. Inca microed that perfectly. Like, he couldn't have microed that any better. He's done exactly what you need to do in this situation. I think Dreamer maybe coming to terms with his loss. I mean, look at this. The command center isn't even done. So if it had held on here, and here we go. There's a little bit of the salt that I did hear about. Pretend you didn't see that. We've only got 1G as well. It's a little bit unfortunate. There we go, GG. He does fix it. He did fix it. I think he was a little bit annoyed by the way the game went. But honestly, both players were going to be suffering from the lag there. And one of the players played a little bit better in the lag. So there we go. That's a 1-0 lead for BuLL off the start. Okay, so let's give the win to Inca. And what we'll do is I'll go for a very quick break and see you guys in a second for game number 2. Okay guys, welcome back. We're going to be heading in here to game number 2 of this series. Starting us off here for aSh is going to be TTF. Now TTF is one of the most well-known Russian players. Back again, did well in the Corrupted Cup, knocking out Artosis in 2019. And overall a pretty good player. Now in the STPL he hasn't been able to show that so far. He's been up against some pretty strong opponents. But it's going to be cool to see his TBT here because we've not... the only TBT we've seen so far from him in the STPL was a win, and he also did very well in the TBT group he had in Corrupted Cup, so that's pretty cool. Now let's have a look at his opponent. His opponent is going to be Reina. Now this is going to be a tough game for TTF because Reina is the star player here for BuLL. 50% win rate, which is very respectful over 32 games, which is a lot of weeks to play this game as well. That's really, really cool. His TBT isn't his strongest suit, but when you look at the Terran versus Terrans he's played recently, he played against Forever, Goku, and Marwyn. Now he beat Marwyn, lost to Goku and Forever, both of them very, very strong Terran players, and so is Marwyn, so looking kind of cool. And yeah, he does have probably the best, I think he's actually got the best like profile picture of anyone. I love his profile picture so much. I don't know why, but that's it. Like all of the BuLL players actually sent their photos to Dio, and Dio I think edited them to give them the background and stuff, and he made them all black and white, which is kind of cool. They've got their little theme going on. But let's have a look at the map. They're going to be going into TBT on this map. Should be a treat to watch. It's going to be Monty Hall SE. Now Monty Hall SE, if you don't know how it works, you have your main bases in the top left and the bottom right. You have minerals blocking you off from 3 expansions, and overall just really, really fun to watch. If you do open up the pathways with the minerals, you can go either through the middle, the right, or the left of the map. You've got the island bases top right, bottom left, and on the left and right hand side you have 2 bases as well. The middle is kind of a no man's land, especially in TBT on this map. and I'm kind of looking forward to seeing exactly how this is going to go. So let's get into game number 2. It's going to be a TVT on Monty Hall SE. Okay, starting us off here in the top left-hand position, fighting for BuLL, we've got Reina in the blue. And Reina's opponent down here in the bottom right is TTF fighting for aSh. Now, I know in the rules we do have that players need to play on their approved tag and under the name they submitted to the STPL. But due to the fact RCG is going on, BSL was going on, and something else, unfortunately TTF didn't have an aSh tag on the server. I approved it in the rules. I've had to do it for another couple of players for Net Wars as well, all to do with the qualifiers and everything like that for the different tournaments. So I will be somewhat lenient, but if there's no genuine reason for someone not doing it, I will not be lenient. And you'll see that I'm definitely not going to be, where there's a few games this week that have been played on the wrong settings. So we will be handing out some penalty points this week. I was lenient on people in week 1, but in week 2, any team who had a game which was not top versus bottom, they will be both receiving a penalty point there. Now, one thing you can do on this map, which neither player is really opting to do at the moment, is you can jump SCVs over the minerals here. You can also float a command center over, so it's not exactly the biggest deal, but looks like, yeah. So it looks like TTF is just going to go normally through the center. This does open up your offensive options pretty well, because it's likely your opponent is going to go down there as well. So we could see a vulture play coming out here from TTF most likely. We've got the gas being mined fully for both players at the moment, so it doesn't look like we're going to see any super fast expansions, but it'll be interesting to see when Reina actually pulls off of gas. Here we go. So he is going to pull off now, get ready to build his factory. We're going to see TTF most likely do the same thing, although TTF is staying on gas for the time being, and his factory is actually going to be a little bit later. Now this mineral field is almost done, so I would say that TTF is going for the more aggressive expansion, going towards the middle, but it's not the biggest of deals. Now Reina looks like he wants to go to the bottom left, which is why he's put the supply depots blocking the other minerals. This kind of just gives him vision if anyone tries to do something funky like glitch an SCV through and build a factory in your base. Not really anything major. Both of them will be able to see each other as well very quickly with their barracks going the right way. Now we've actually got a 2-factory play coming in here from Reina, which is incredibly interesting, given the fact he's not actually broken out of his base yet. It's going to take a while before he can break through the minerals as well. Looks like we're going to see a 2-factory starport play coming in from Reina. Now, this isn't the most common build anymore, just because it's not that good. Now we've got a factory. Wow, they're both going 2-factory starport. Okay. I guess this is a popular build right now, especially on this map. But, like, honestly, compared to just expanding on this map, it's not that good. Like, you can expand very safely. There's not a major issue if you expand to any of the bases. But this is going to allow you to get a lot of vultures out into a dropship incredibly quickly. And we're likely to see drop wars. Now, we've got an armory coming in here for TTF. We also have this. Oh, it's going to be Goliath drops. Okay. It's going to be Goliath drops for both players. Now, interestingly, TTF did actually go for a machine shop. So he is going to be able to go for... Oh, it's going to be vultures actually for TTF. Well, this is definitely weird. It's not often you see this, especially given the fact that TTF stayed on gas for so much longer. He's got enough money to build a command center and isn't. I don't know if he's kind of waiting to confirm. No, it is going to be Goliath drops. He just built the first Vulture. Oh, this is actually... Oh, is he... Oh my god, is he going to glitch the Vulture into the main? You can actually do that. If you put the Vulture here, and you move the SCV onto this mineral and mine and press stop, you can glitch the Vulture through. Let's see if he's going to be able to do it. It is quite difficult. Looks like he's getting ready to. Now, it's very tough. And with those Goliaths there, it's actually going to make it impossible. So that's a little bit unfortunate. So, Albert, to answer your question, it was Dreamer versus Inca. Now this barracks is going to go down almost immediately. He is going to see that his opponent is doing the same stuff he is. But he will not see the dropship. So that is one benefit here for Reina. Reina as well will not see the starport. So, oh, did he? He must have seen the starport. At the very least, he knows there's an armory, he knows there's Goliaths. And here we go, looks like Reina, rather than opening up the minerals, is just going to drop an SCV over to build a command center, which is certainly an interesting play. Looks like we are going to have a double drop coming in here from Reina straight away. Meanwhile, we've got tanks and Goliaths for TTF. TTF going to do the same thing, drop an SCV. Now, TTF is going to be the aggressive one here. He's going to push forward. Oh, is he going to take the island? Yeah, he's going to take the island straight away, isn't he? This is actually a really clever play. Now, the problem is, he's going to push forward, but what does he have back at home to defend? This dropship is coming on in. Now, this is definitely my favorite play of the game so far, because he is going to be able to take the island incredibly easily. But it's whether or not he can hold against this drop. He's got one tank and one Goliath back at home. I mean, this is definitely going to be a problem for Reina. He has to worry about that. But here we go. The dropship going to come into the main. There's no siege mode yet. The tank is not in position. We're going to see a little bit of trading. Oh, we're not going to see trading, actually, of workers because the dropship is not in the right place. Siege mode has finished. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Don't lose the Goliath in the dropship. Oh, this is so close. Is he going to be able to get away? Yes, he does. Now, if Charon boosters were done, that would have been a dead dropship and 3 dead Goliaths, which is not what you want to see. But we've got a command center coming up here at the natural. Looks like it is going to be a drop coming into the main here of TTF. The tank on the well, outside of the base here. Ooh, gonna lose a dropship here. This is definitely not where you want to be. Losing that dropship could be huge, but he saves it. Luckily, does need to get these dropships back to heal, but oh my god, all he has to do is literally drop a Goliath under it to snipe that. Reina getting away with his life there. Definitely not something you want to be doing. And now the command center is coming up here for TTF. For Reina as well. Now, the tank has come back. That's going to help defend a little bit later. But TTF has this hidden SCV in the top right. And if Reina never goes to check this, this could actually be a massive advantage. You can already see that TTF knows. He knows what the important resource is in this matchup. And that's 100% the refinery. You need that gas straight away. You want tanks, you want Goliaths, you want dropships. Yes, you can go for vultures, but realistically, vultures on this map are only going to get you so far. There's a lot of droppable locations, including I think you can fit a tank up here as well. Now, I don't know if... I think Reina, or I think TTF thinks there's units in here, and there isn't, which is kind of funny. Yeah, he's going to turn around. Whoops! There we go. So he is going to get away with this dropship, at the very least. Not going to have to worry about too much. Reina is actually spending a lot of minerals and mining time to mine through these patches, when he could have actually just double dropped. But I think he assumed that both of his dropships had died. Now, one of them has been repaired at the very least. The second one is being repaired as well. Now, Reina is, interestingly, going for nothing but Goliath still. Now, that isn't necessarily a problem when you're going a drop-heavy style. But eventually, you're going to have to get tanks. And if you're behind in tanks in TBT, you lose the game. That is just how it works. Like, you can hold on. There are miracle holds you can do in TBT, especially on a map like this. But eventually, you will just be overpowered. Goliaths can only get you so far. Looks like Reina is looking to take his expansion closer to his opponent. He is going to save his money and then go for it straight away. So, kind of an interesting turn of events. I would have thought the TTF would have expanded first, but TTF is kind of, he's adding on turrets, knows the drops are going to be a problem. He's actually going to opt to go down to this bottom left base as well. Now this actually does make things a little bit more interesting, because if Reyna had tanks and he could get up to here, he would block this expansion from coming in. It would actually have a vertical map split, which on this map is actually quite difficult to do. But if you have a horizontal diagonal map split, which is what I think we'll see, then obviously that makes things a little bit easier. But I kind of don't understand why TTF just isn't taking that top left base immediately, because realistically what you want to do is you want that base, you want to suck up as much gas from there as possible before your opponent can kill it, before your opponent finds it. And obviously the later the game goes on, you have scans, which does help. You start to get upgrades coming in. Now we do have 1-1 coming in from Reyna, which is not something you often see in TVT. He did opt to not build his science facility just yet, which is definitely a problem. He needs that a little bit sooner. +2 is the biggest damage breakpoint in TVT, but at this point, it doesn't actually matter for him because he doesn't have any tanks. Now, this is the problem when you start to have nothing but Goliaths. How does he ever engage these tanks? He's got no upgrades, which is definitely going to help a little bit. Looks like he is going to try and come in with his dropships as well. No, he's actually just going to run Goliaths in. Fair enough. I mean, Goliaths can be pretty strong when there's not that many tanks, but look how poorly he's trading. I mean, look how, like, imagine how much better this would have gone if he just had some tanks. Like, he's lost a ton of army here. TTF hasn't really lost too much. And TTF, in the meantime, is able to get his third base as well. But the good thing for Reyna is he was actually able to secure this base. Now, that is actually a major, major deal. He's going to save his barracks as well, which, while it doesn't seem like much, is actually a pretty big deal here in TVT. Now, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 factories against, I think that was 5. Yep, 5 factories. But he is building still nothing but Goliaths. Still no tanks whatsoever in a TVT. This is such a weird situation to be in, but TTF is going to be expanding to the top right. Looks like we do finally have some scans coming down there for TTF to show what's going on. Now, let's have a look at how this is going to go. Looks like TTF getting ready to maybe push forward. I mean, realistically, it might be better to just secure this location and go to expand. He's actually blocking a CC from coming down in his opponent's middle natural. I would actually like to see some tanks go up here, but looks like TTF is still getting ready. I mean, he's got a lot of dropships. Like, we saw them back at home. Okay, so he's still only got 2 actually at the moment. But that's enough to put yourself in a good position. And look at this, Reyna is going to come in again with a large number of Goliaths. He's not going to be able to trade efficiently this time though. Although, yes he is, there's still not enough tanks. And it's 1-1 against 0-1. Wait. Yeah, 1-0, sorry. Okay, so Reyna once again gets the better end of that engagement. TTF stretching himself a little bit thin again. And somehow the player with less tanks is pretty much, he's not winning, but he's ahead in this TVT, which is something you don't often see. Now, it looks like we are going to finally see the triple tank switch, adding on more and more factories as well. Reyna still has not scanned the top right, which is a pretty important thing. I mean, TTF just needs to secure this base and just not push, because when you're pushing into that many Goliaths over and over again and you're losing them, you're not helping yourself. Now, do we have +2 attack? Yeah, we do. We actually have double upgrades coming in this TVT from Reyna. So Reyna is getting ready to take this super late game. I mean, the second armor upgrade in TVT doesn't really help you that much. Tanks still 2-shot all your units, but looks like TTF getting ready to properly expand to the top right. Interestingly, Reyna did build some supply depots in the middle of the map, so yes, it does kind of give him vision of where the tanks are. I mean, it's not going to help him too much. Now, Reyna still has not scanned the top right. We do have more turrets coming in the middle. Honestly, he should just send some tanks up here and maybe even take the base. Like, I know that seems like such a weird proposition because in no other matchup would you be able to take your opponent's natural, but looks like TTF is getting ready to block off the bottom left-hand corner as well. And even the longer the game goes on, the bigger advantage TTF is going to have. He's behind in macro a little bit at the moment. He's got more SCVs though. But eventually, he's just going to end up with more bases. And now this is actually interesting. So with TTF sending a lot of units up here to the top right, he's actually going to leave himself a little bit undefended. These Goliaths are spread really, really well. This tank line is not in the right position. The tanks are all vertical here. Crossing the T is Reyna, pushing through, killing everything. And this is actually the worst possible position TTF could be in. He could actually find himself contained when he was the one with the massive tank count. Now it looks like Reyna is going to be able to push forward, secure this bottom left-hand base for himself. He doesn't even need to push into the base. Looks like TTF still isn't mining from that top right base yet. And this is a lot of tanks coming in here now for Reyna. Like, this is where things start to get out of hand. When +2 attack comes in, that is not where you want to be. Now the tanks are denying this gas, which is super important. This is a very important position for our blue Terran player to be in. For our red Terran player to be in, sorry. But blue Terran, Reyna, he's out here. He's blocking TTF into his base. And it looks like he's going to get ready now. Reyna was actually getting ready to build a command center down here, but that is not going to work. So that is going to go down. Does need to cancel that before it's too late. You do not want to be losing 400 minerals when you're actually training a lot of units away constantly. Oh my god, is he going to lose it? He's going to lose it. He's not going to cancel. I think he thinks he's already dead. And there we go. Goes down, doesn't get the cancel, but there are a ton of dropships coming down here, getting ready to possibly go into the expansion. There is some tanks here to defend, but is it going to be enough? Not too sure. Now we do have Reyna going for some scans on top of that army. There's not really that much in terms of anti-air, so he could mass drop on this. Okay, this poor SCV is that's a little bit unfortunate, but this is going to be a big drop coming in here on this. Now, what is his dropship micro like? That is the important question. Rate a TTF even building a factory up here. Why not just build tanks in the top right of the map? Now here we go. Are the tanks going to come in? Looks like he's going to drop on the high ground to secure the bait. Oh no, he is going to drop on top of the units, but here come the Goliaths. Dropship micro not that great. He's not properly dropping out his units. There's a lot of these dropships gonna go down. That's a lot of gas to lose. And yes, he's mostly dropped all the units out. That is definitely not a trade you want. And TTF is going to be very happy with how that went. But looks like we are going to have both players sieging into each other now. 1-1 is done on one side, 2-2 on the other. Are we going into any ship weapon upgrades yet? Not yet. No gas for that really at the moment. TTF looks like he's getting ready to take his 4th base. I know that'll be his 5th base, won't it? Oh, this could be a little bit problematic. Looks like we could have dropship for dropship trading going on here. But the tanks, there's too many of them. They're in a really good position. Keep the dropships alive. And Reyna is going to find himself losing this high ground again, which is definitely not where you want to be in a TVT. It's kind of funny how much focus has been put down here on the bottom left, and how little focus has been put on here by TTF. Reyna, by constantly trying to expand into the bottom left here, is forcing TTF to keep units down here to defend. And that means he can't block his opponent from taking the expansions he wants. Now, the interesting thing about this map... Wait, what is being attacked here? I'm hearing SCVs die, but I don't know where. That wasn't just me who heard that, right? It was definitely... Someone was killing SCVs somewhere. I had no idea where, though. That is so strange. But either way, it looks like TTF is finally getting ready to go in here. Now, Reyna still not scanning the top left or top right whatsoever. But finally, TTF going to be able to put a little bit of pressure on here. But this is a little bit too little too late. Looks like this dropship going to go down. He is going to be able to drop enough tanks off here, though, to make it very difficult to push through this position, and TTF has seen a weakness. He's going to go into the main base, and if he gets into the main base with tanks, gets on top of the factories, he is going to be in such a good spot. Looks like he is in a good spot already. The siege tank fire doing pretty well here from Reina, but TTF though is killing it, man, this game. Reina is in so much trouble now. He's down 30 supply, 40 supply, and he's going to be finding it difficult to actually expand out into his other natural now. And not being able to clear the bottom left, going to possibly lose this CC. No, he is going to be able to save that. He does save his factories as well, which is super, super important. But looks like Reina is maybe going to get ready to push into the bottom right-hand corner. Loses some tanks immediately. Looks like +2 attack has come in, so siege tank's going to be trading very, very efficiently. And there we go. Reina leaves the game. Reina knows how far behind he is, and TTF takes it. GG. That's going to tie up the score 1-1. That is not the button I pressed, but there we go. So that was actually a pretty fun game there. It was definitely a little bit more dynamic of a TVT, lots of drops. The game almost did feel glitched, didn't it? Was it? I'm actually going to look at the replay quickly and have a look. I don't think it was, because people were building buildings and stuff in the right place. Like, maybe I think Reina just realized how, like, far down he was. So I'm going to go for a quick break. When I get back, we'll go into game number 3. It's going to be on tripod, and it's going to be between Hades, I think, and who is it? Hades and, no, Shad and Wapple. So, see you guys soon. Toss a coin to your content creators, oh valley of plenty, oh valley of plenty, oh. Toss a coin to your content creators, a friend of humanity.
And people like Kix, for example, who has an encyclopedic knowledge of every map that's ever been released on StarCraft. And
he's a map man! Skibidi on did it. Skibidi on did it. Skibidi on did it. He's a map man! Ba-da-ba-da-ba-dee da ba-ba-da-boop. Ba-ba-ba-da-boop. Bee-da-ba-ba-da-boop. Ba-ba-ba-da-boop. Everybody plays one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back. If Kix can do it, so can you. Gooba-dooba-dooba-dee-da-ba-ba-da-boop, ba-ba-ba-da-boop.
Please don't listen to him for maps.
yeah.
Okay guys, welcome back. We're going to be heading into game number 3 of our first series today. It's going to be aSh's Shad. hasn't played the best games so far, has lost both those games, so that's a little bit unfortunate, but his opponent for BuLL gonna be Wapple. Now Wapple, the 60% win rate over 5 games, pretty respectable. He's rank 69, nice, we did it, 69 viewers, 69 rank, and Wapple's kind of cool to watch, so it is going to be a PvZ. Looking forward to how this one is actually going to play out. But let's have a look. The map they're going to be heading into is going to be Andromeda. Andromeda, the most standard map I think I've probably put in the STPL overall. Maybe La Mancha as well. Definitely a normal map is La Mancha. The weird thing is, it like I'm being very strange. I just suddenly thought of something, as if I've messed something up with the maps, but I don't think I have. No, I haven't. Right, we're all good. We're all good. Whew. Ooh, I thought I'd missed out the mantra from the rotation. I was like, I'm sure I put that in the rotation for season 3 even, and I haven't really seen it. So I was sitting there thinking, huh, why haven't we seen the mantra yet? It's because it was the second map in week 1, and it's the ace map for this week. So that's, well, for week 2. Hey, Rush. Okay, so let's not waste any more time. Let's get into game number 3. It's Shad versus Wapple here on Andromeda. The game has begun, and down here in the bottom right hand corner in the red, we have Shad fighting for aSh. And his opponent spawning down here in the bottom left hand corner in the blue, fighting for BuLL, is Wapple. Okay, now this is going to be a PvZ. I did mention that this is kind of a very standard map. There is a mineral only in the main base, but it doesn't really... It's not a massive base and it's really easy to block, so... It's also a little bit harder to take a third gas on this map than maybe more modern maps, but back in the day, this was incredibly standard. Everyone loves this map and leads to some very, very good games. We've had good games on it so far in the STPL as well. And I'm hoping that we'll have a good game here too. Now, looks like we are going to have a 12 hatchery coming in here for Chad, which is a little bit of an interesting play. More modern play styles dictate that you would normally go for a overpull, just because it keeps you safe against gateway openings, but looks like Wapple is going to go for 12 Nexus, which is not, or even 11 Nexus actually. This is not a standard build in PvZ. The very fact of the matter is, though, he scouted first, he knows his opponent was going for a hatchery first, so he's got no reason to fear Zerglings early on, so there we go. I'm kind of interested to see how this is actually going to go. Looks like Shad is saying wow, I guess maybe... Oh, he's complaining about lag. Well, that's a little bit unfortunate when you play in a global team league. That can happen. It's Bolivia to Peru. Peru doesn't have the best internet ever. Not Bolivia to Peru, Poland to Peru. Poland doesn't have the best internet either, so... Could maybe be the worst matchup in terms of latency, but hopefully both the players do manage to get it sorted. I think Shad maybe forgot about allied chat, given he's saying everything twice. Wapple doesn't seem too phased. But I'm just going to say this now, like, if you're worried about lag, you don't go 12 hatchery. You don't go for a 12 Nexus either. You like in lag, as a Protoss player, you want to get early zealots and you want to attack, because it's going to be so much harder for the Zerg player to defend against it. And also, it's more likely the Zerg player is going to Ling All in you because it's harder to defend against it. So, this is kind of an interesting build choice. Shad is actually going to play this a little bit... It's weird to say this is old school, but it is. He's going for another natural. Now, the person who kind of innovated this Zerg style is he who shall not be named, Savior. And the benefit of going for this style is you get to SimCity at both of your entrances. You usually go up to 5 hatcheries pretty quickly, get a like Evo Chamber, Hydralisk in at one base, and you get a lot of Sunkens, a couple of Spores usually as well. And you basically make it impossible to attack into you. And the benefit of doing this, especially on this map, is it gives you the 4th gas. It gives you the access to the 2nd mineral only as well. Now the probe getting caught, definitely not the best probe micro here. But let's see how this is going to go. Now, we've got people in chat saying this is a Seer Reaver map. We'll have to see if that's going to come into play. Obviously, in high latency, it's maybe a little bit harder to play Seer Reaver. But it is going to be Wapple. He's used to playing in these kind of conditions. And we'll have to see how this goes. Now, Stargate is coming up. We do have the wall in at the front. Obviously, it's not a full wall, so you need to be a little bit careful. But given how greedy Shad is playing, Wapple doesn't have much to worry about. Now we have BuLL coming in here for Shad, which means he is going to be going into this Spire. So he's pretty much playing the most standard way you could possibly play this other natural style. Now, will Wapple think that Shad is going to do this? He's got no scouting information. His probe died very early. He's not been able to send anything out to scout. The next scout he's realistically going to have is when this first Corsair comes out. Now, when this comes out, by that point, it's too late. You need to know your opponent is playing greedy to counteract it, and the fact he doesn't means Shad is going to get away with this with absolutely no repercussions whatsoever. Now, the one problem that Shad will have is that Wapple is building up a sizable Zealot force as time goes on, and the more Zealots you get, the less amount of units you have as soon as speed comes in. You can be in a lot of trouble. Now, Wapple... he's building cannons in his mineral line. He thinks that Shad is going for Muteless here. But we can already see, due to the lack of a second Vespene Geyser, he's not going to do that. He is just going to be building up his 5th hatchery. He's going to get Sunkens up here as well. And he's just playing drone style. He's just getting as many drones as possible. And I'm looking forward to it. Now, looks like Edgewoda thinks I'm saying Wapple like waffle. Waffle does not sound like that, but okay. That's pretty crazy. But looks like we are going to have the Corsair scouting out this other base, which is good. He's checking the closer third first. He is going to stop to try and kill the Overlord. Now, he does need to be careful, because Scourge are going to come out like this, which is definitely not something you want happening to your first Corsair.
STPL does.
Thank you, hit him up, Logan, for the resub, man. 5 months, thanks a lot. Oh no, losing this Corsair would be absolutely catastrophical. Is that the right way to say that word? Catastrophical? I think it is. Even if it isn't, English is the language my people made up, so I can say it however I want, and there's nothing you can do about it. Here we go, the Templar Archive's coming up here in the bottom left-hand corner. I think it said 3 Stargates. Oh, it is just catastrophic. Yeah, that's a good point. Did I say catastrophical? Oh well. I just made a new word. It's good. It's now a thing. STPL does, therefore I can put things in the dictionary if I want to. That's just how it works. But here we go, Wapple gonna push forward with a lot of +1 zealots here. No, +1 isn't done. Going before +1 is not a position you want to be in. Now he's going to find Sunkens, find a few Hydras and a load of Lings, and is going to turn around. Yeah, STPL does words. STPL has the best words. I'm just saying. Now another creep colony coming up here in the top right. Now of course Wapple does now know that this base exists. He saw the creep. Well, I hope he does, because otherwise he is going to be in a lot of trouble. Looks like we've got an extra cancelled creep colony coming up behind here. Shad playing super carefully. Now, one good thing you could do on this map, this Kakaru, parasite it with a queen. No one is ever going to check it. It stays flying over the base forever. Put one on the scanted as well. That's free map vision for the Zerg. Any Zerg players watching this? Let's have a look, but... Oh my god, that storm. That was a good storm there, getting a good number of those like Zerglings. And those Zerglings are kind of what you need to use to hold on here. Now, there is a single lurker, which did survive the first storm. There is one more storm remaining, but does want to make sure it doesn't... Well, make sure not to lose the Archon for sure. But with a couple of lurkers here, you definitely can't push in here. Now, I would storm this egg. It's definitely worth killing the egg. You don't want the lurker to spawn, but... There we go. Now Shad going for a second Evo. I think this may be a second, could be a third. No, it is going to be a second evolution chamber. Not going for the triple upgrade area door style. Now, interestingly, until now, Shad has completely ignored the fact he has mineral only. So now he's actually going to build 3 hatcheries at the same time. He's got 37 drones of 71 supply, which is ridiculously high. Now, Wapple behind this is going to expand as well. He's not going to bother with the mineral only. Who needs minerals as a Protoss player when you can have gas? Gas, gas, gas. He wants to step on the gas. But that's what he's going to be doing. Oh no, oh no. Oh no. That was catastrophical. That was a catastrophe. Oh, catastrophical is my new thing. But there we go. Looks like the Corsair's actually taken some Scourge hits as well. But that Storm Drop, I mean, if he'd have managed to get that off, there's a lot of drones at every single base. And losing those drones would be major. But not losing them, killing that shot with 2 High Templar immediately is a massive, massive problem for our Protoss player. Because look how many storms he has with his main army. I'm just going to try and count them. With the actual army, there's no storms. No storms with the army at all. You push forward, you run into lurkers. How do you break them? There's spore colonies at the front. You're not going to be able to get an observer anywhere near them. And now the Overlord is going to get taken out on the high ground, but the Corsairs are going to go down. Oh, the Scourge stopped for some reason. That was incredibly lucky by Wapple that Shad didn't push in here. Now obviously we are going to have... Oh no, the Observer's going to go down. The Observer's going to go down. Oh, he loses his only Observer. Oh, and here come more Scourge. But the Scourge are getting cleaned up pretty well by these Dragoons. So that's pretty good. But he is... Like, he's fighting against high ground sunken colonies. Look, this hasn't taken any damage forever. Like, the only damage it took was from morphing. Like, that is not where you want to be. Now, the cool thing about building Sunkens here is you can actually push Sunkens out here. Not that you'd want to, but if you wanted to play like StarCraft 2, you could. Now, how many gateways do we have now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No additional gateways here, but we've got a wall coming in at the 3rd base. No mineral only yet for our Protoss player. We've seen no additional shuttles come in, I don't think. Maybe knowing the fact that the Scourge are causing some problems here, getting used all of his High Templar to try and break through, but realistically, how are you going to push this position? This is where the problem comes in when you're up against this style of Zerg. Now, Overlord drop is coming in, which is going to be pretty big. It's going to allow him to take the island base, use that as a staging ground to go into the main. But when, as soon as Defilers get here, which is why I'm surprised we're so low on gas and Hive units, or Hive in general, you can't break this position with Protoss without taking a ton of damage. I mean, he's going to try, but the number of Sunkens, I mean, the Sunken on the high ground coming in clutch here, doing so much damage, and Losing these Dragoons, it's expensive. You're only on 3 bases as Wapple. You don't have the mineral only. You can't flood again with a ton of Zealots. Shad is at 54 drones against 57 probes. Like, this is just not a good position, and it looks like the lag is definitely causing a few issues. Oh no, that storm. That was a storm on his own Dragoons. Definitely not what you want to be doing. The lag causing some issues for Wapple though. Like Shad, I wouldn't say Shad is struggling too much with this lag. Maybe this is why he chose this playstyle in this situation. But Shad is up to 6 bases. He's not mining from all of them. He's building more drones. He's going to go up to like 70 drones in this game, which is just ridiculous. You've got lurkers on the high ground, lurkers in the Sim City. And Wapple just can't break in. Like, he's not going to be able to break this position. Like, look at this. The Zealot's going to run in. Yes, he's got +2 attack now. But he stormed a Sunken. Like, there's no units there. He thought the Lurker was there, but he can't tell. And the longer this game goes on, the harder it's going to get for our Protoss player, because Shad is going to be moving into Hive finally. There is Overlord drops in reserve. He can go for some massive drops over here. Even dropping lurkers on this high ground to take out this gas is absolutely massive. So let's see if that's what we're going to see. I'm not too sure, but it looks like we are going to have a drone taking the island at the top middle. Not going to take the bottom middle just yet. This is kind of funny. Wait. Chad can see... Oh my goodness, Scourge is so dumb. Look at this. The Scourge sitting next to the Observer. Oh man. He's got them on hold position, hasn't he? So they're not doing anything. Now we've got a lot of links coming in. He is going for melee attack and carapace, so we're likely going to see Ultralisks coming up when this hive is done. But we've got Wapple getting ready to expand. Interestingly, building all of his cannons in the main means taking the natural is going to be a little bit harder. The hive is finished. Defiler Mound is on the way. Creep Colony and Ultralisk Cavern. No, double Creep Colony, okay. Looks like we did have a big Ling Flood trying to get into the main of Wapple. Not going to be able to do so. Oh no, is he at... Okay, no, I thought he'd like stuck his army in the top left. That would be a little bit tragic, but there we go, that's fine. We've got the 12 o'clock base taken. The 6 o'clock base is going to be taken as well. And Shad is going to be completely dominating his opponent in macro. And as soon as you get that many gases, that is when you flip the Ultra switch. The Ultralisk Cavern is coming in the way. Still no lurker drops or anything just yet, but we've got cannons coming up here on the high ground. He knows that drops could be a problem. Interestingly, this Observer is still alive. He's getting way more info. Oh my god, the Hydralisk upgrades are only just now coming in. He didn't have Hydra speed or... Well, I guess he had range, but no speed. So he's going to be able to get Hydra speed now. And slowly push forward. Well, quickly push forward, I guess, when you have speed. Now, Wapple's army is pretty respectable here. He does have 2-1 upgrades. Is 3-1 on the way. No upgrade on this forge. But there is +2 armor coming in. I think he's forgotten +3 attack. And oh, it just finished. Damn, okay, fair enough. That's good. So 3-1, really respectable upgrade. He should probably go for the shield upgrade, which he is, which is pretty good. I think in Korean they call it... Oh, what do they call it? I saw it in the translations. I think it's like power upgrade or psi upgrade or something, but looks like he is going to be trying to push forward with tons of Archons, but the trouble is, there's Defilers here. It's mostly Dragoons. He's pushing into a bottleneck. How do you break this position as Protoss? I say that as he's breaking through. This is actually a really, really good engagement. Ensnare coming in on a Queen, not going to help too much. But somehow, He's breaking through. The Ultras, though, gonna be coming in behind this. They can't get out to attack, but when they get here, when they eventually get through the drone line, they're gonna be doing a ton of damage to this Protoss army. Oh my goodness, but look at these Ultras. They're gonna be coming in. There's some units coming in from behind as well. And this small army from WAPL is gonna go down. Now, funnily enough, this hatchery actually causing a lot of problems for our third player here. Actually made him take a lot more damage than he needed to. But is Shad gonna be... Oh, sorry, is WAPL gonna be able to hold on to his top left base now? There's no Defiler here. Yes, there is. So there is a Defiler. It's got energy for Dark Swarm. And he's gonna be able to... Oh my god. These cannons are going to get absolutely destroyed. Looks like the Ling's going to try and go onto the high ground. Looks like WAPL wants to go into Reavers. That's what you realistically want in this situation. But the Queen getting ready to go for a... Yeah, you need more energy than that, really. I mean, this is a really weird position to have a Queen, but okay, we're doing it. Now, oh my goodness, he's not swarmed. The Ultra goes down because the Swarm doesn't come out in time. The other Ultras go down as well. And WAPL's going to be able to hold on to this base. Oh my goodness. Where's the Swarms? He's got no energy. Oh, he's got energy. He's just not using it. I think he's a little bit overwhelmed with the amount of macro he's got to do. But this is Archons under Swarm. They're going to absolutely melt the Ultralisks. And the Lurker's going to go down as well, and he's going to hold on for the time being. But this is still a ton of Zerglings coming in. WAPL definitely struggling to reinforce this position. 4th base is up for him. 5th base is up for him even. But there's no Swarm by... Oh my god, is he really... Oh my god, he just bought a drone. Oh, that poor drone. Not his day, but there we go. Looks like the cannon's going to go down here. This base is going to get flooded. There's so many units coming out of all corners of the map here. There's bases in the top and bottom middle, both mining gas for the top. Well, no, the bottom middle isn't, but the top one is. And if he just moves in, he's got adrenaline. That's not his main base, is it? Does he have adrenaline? It feels like he's not got adrenaline upgrades. There's no way he's got adrenaline. I'm fairly certain he's forgotten the adrenaline upgrade. Now it looks like the Ultras are going to be taken down to the cannons. The Archon is going to be able to morph in and help out. WAPL is holding on. The Archons at the front. Oh, sorry, the Ultras at the front taking a ton of damage. 2-4 is done, but he's up against 3-2-1 upgrades. The Forge is unpowered though. But this Defiler is not going to be able to use any more Swarms in this game. It is going to go down. This Defiler isn't. Now, funnily enough, this Ultra is stuck in the base. This is a really, really sick game. Looks like Shad getting ready to push the top left. He does have a couple of Defilers coming in here, but there's 2 Reavers at the top of the main ramp. Now, I really hope this isn't a game where Shad complains about the lag, because it's not the lag that lost him this game. Like, if he does lose this game, it'll be an absolute miracle. But if he doesn't push into this base, if he keeps throwing away units, I mean, realistically, he should have this. Okay, now I feel like... No. I'm sure he doesn't have the adrenaline upgrade. I'm almost certain. This is definitely not what you want to see. Now, it looks like the units to try and get up the ramp, they do get taken down by the Reaver. But this is going to be the real deciding factor. Can he hold on to this? Honestly, it would have been better to sit on the middle of the ramp with... Oh, there is another... Pick up the Reaver! Okay, he picks up the wrong Reaver. It's okay. We're still okay. The Swarm should run out eventually. But as we all know as Terran players, the Swarm lasts indefinitely. So there we go. Cannons are... Oh, sorry. The cannons are eventually going to clean everything up. Now, there was another shuttle made. This Observer is still alive down here in the bottom right somehow. This is probably the most hero Observer you could have. I'd honestly say get the range upgrade for this, just so you get better vision. Because why not? Like, he's not going to kill it, so... Now look, I mean, the trouble is, Shad has got a lot of drones, but he's mined out of his bottom right bases. His army isn't that good. And Wapol is taking another base. I think Wapol is actually going to win this game. Look at this. He's going to have to take his own hatchery down. Is he even going to be able to hold here? This is a really heavily upgraded Protoss army. And the shuttle is still, the shuttle coming in here with a Reaver. Gonna add insult to injury here, but I mean, Swarm isn't gonna help you against a million Zealots, so this is just crazy. It looks like Wapol is gonna be able to break the top right, and if he does, I mean, Shad is gonna have 2 mining bases. He's gonna have 2 island bases that aren't gonna be able to reinforce anything. The shuttle is still, oh my god, that clutch pickup on the Reaver. Storm going down on the mineral line. The Shad's drone count is dropping considerably. But it looks like Wapol's army is getting cleaned up, but more and more units are coming in to defend. Storm going down on the mineral line. Wapol is doing really, really well here against this. I don't think there's adrenaline upgrade still, and there's not been Plague, I don't think, researched either. So this is definitely a miss by Shad. Those engagements that would have been, maybe would have, well, they would have looked completely different. Adrenaline upgraded Lings do so much more DPS. And it looks like that could be it. Like, Shad holds, but at what cost? He's lost nearly 30 drones, I think. He's down to 121 supply. His upgrades are okay. He's got no Nidus on the 2 island bases, so losing that macro hatch is actually a pretty big deal. He's down pretty much 3 hatches worth of production. Like, he needs a Nidus down here, and he needs a Nidus here as well, because he needs to reinforce these positions. There's going to be shuttle Reavers. He's got 3 Reavers over here in the top left-hand corner. Wapol's army isn't looking great, but it's heavily upgraded. 332 is done, which is not something you often see in a PvZ. And we've got Arbiter Tech coming in. Arbiter Tech in a PvZ is not something you often see, and it's because Scourge is so good. But Arbiter Tech in this position is amazing. You recall this base, you stasis and stasis anything on the ramp, and you can break them down. Now it's 3-4 upgrades for our Zerg player, which is pretty good, but he doesn't have 3 Carapace, he doesn't have 3-5. I don't think the Evolution Chamber is actually getting it either. And this is, I mean, it's just a weird miss by Shad. He's made a few strategic decisions here that have just meant his army is not good. Like, his army is not as good as it could be. He still doesn't have the Sunkens in the right positions to be able to reinforce these bases. And as soon as we start seeing more shuttles coming in, which we're going to, interestingly, still no shuttle speed. Definitely not what you're expecting. But he's going to be able to drop Reavers off on those islands, and that's going to be game. Like, Shad is going to try and expand to the right-hand side. We've got a DT cleaning up Lings over here. It did actually attack the hatchery as well, so that's going to be a little bit annoying. But as you can see, look at this. He's only just now getting the Defiler energy. Finally, we have a plane coming in, which is a big one. But he just doesn't have any units. Where's all his supply? Where's all his army? It's splintered. It's all over the place. He's got units back at home. They need to be up front. They need to be in this engagement. And they're just not there. Wapol is going to break into the top right-hand corner. And this is going to be it. He plinks his own Ultra as well. We've got a Queen coming in here to try and do something. I don't know what the plan was there. I think maybe he threw an ensnare down a little bit earlier or something. But this is game. Shad can't reinforce. He can't get enough units from the remaining hatchers he has. And if he loses his top right bases, that is the bulk of his economy. Now he's trying to come in behind this. A good pickup there on those Reavers. These Reavers Scarabs are going to do so much in this mineral line. He's actually focusing down the eggs. He knows that the eggs are going to be what brings the units to defend himself. And I mean, this is going to be 3 dead hatcheries. What do you do in this position of Shad? You can't build units over here. Like, he's building Hydras. He's going to go for a drop in the top left-hand main. It doesn't matter. Now this drop is not going to do anything. There's no Defiler. The cannons are going to be able to clean that up. We've got Zealots that have been cleaned up here in the top right, but most of Wapple's army is still alive. If he gets a couple of Archons at the top of this ramp, there is no way Shad is breaking up. Finally, the units from the bottom right have been brought into this engagement, but there's still units stuck. The Hydra is going to be blocking the ramp as well. This is just such an awful position for Shad to be in. Wapple has played this so incredibly well. I know there were complaints about lag earlier, but lag does not cause you to forget upgrades. Lag does not cause you to forget Carapace, Adrenaline, forget Plague for the longest time. And I mean, this is just too much. The top right bases have been fully cleaned. Shad trying to expand to the right hand side, getting it blocked by a DT and some additional Zealots coming in. The reinforcing units getting caught off guard as well. And with no way, realistically, of getting any damage done anywhere, Shad, yes, he's got the islands, he can stay in a little bit longer. But with no Nidus, I mean, these islands aren't going to do too much for you. You have nothing that can deal with this army. Now it looks like Shad is going to go for a desperation attack on the top left-hand base. But with 3 Reavers here, he doesn't have the Reaver Scarab upgrade or the Reaver Capacity upgrade, which is definitely a mission here. You kind of want that a little bit later in the game, but I mean, Shad's army, his units are just melting. GG, Shad taps out, and Wapple takes game number 3. Now we're going to go for a quick break, and when I'm back, we'll head in to game number 4, and we'll see who's going to win in the next game. Okay, starting us off down here in the bottom left-hand corner as your Black Zerg here. It's going to be Dog fighting in the 9 o'clock position. And his opponent spawning up here in the top right-hand corner is going to be the one, the only, Pre fighting for DM from Chile. Going to be heading across the map, and they're going to see if they can make it in. Now, no way is Pre going to hide a base in the other main. That is so ridiculous. Caught off guard. The Mutas are going to die. Oh my goodness. Splitting the Mutas, trying to get away. But he's banking 1.2k gas. There's going to be a Queen's Nest. I know it. We can feel it. There's going to be a Hive ZBZ. Pre is playing this so strange, but here we go. Looks like the Mula's going to come in. A lot of Mutas have actually hatched now for Pre, but look at the spore colonies doing their work. Pre is going for a counter-attack. He isn't even bothered if he loses drones. He's got so many of them. The spores buying so much time, and there's no defense in this top left-hand base. Oh my goodness, so many drones are going down, and Dog, he's got no economy. He's only on 15 drones. More are gonna die. What a crazy situation. Looks like Dog has come back with his Mutalist. He did kill a good number of spore colonies. Looks like most of the drones survived. And losing these Mutalists are a problem. I mean, Dog does save 14 drones, but he's barely mining. Now here we go, looks like the Mutalist is going to come back 3 spores at a time, targeting these Mutalists. They're going down so quickly. And for every drone for every spore colony that goes down, that's another drone that is wasted. But oh my god, the Evo Chamber. Is the Evo Chamber getting focused? What is he even attacking here? I can't even tell what's going on. There's so much going. So many glaives everywhere. Pre is holding on. Oh my god, Dog's units are slowly starting to fall. He's trying to get the gas. He thinks this is the only base. Wow, this is such a crazy ZBZ. What an absolute treat to have in the first series of the STPL Season 3. The spores are going down Dog thinks he's in an unsurmountable lead here. He's like, I'm on 2 base, you're on 1. I've killed all of your spores, you've got no gas. What are you gonna do? Little does he know, Pre's got another base. Okay, that base is gonna get spotted, surely. How did Dog not see that base? Oh my goodness. Only got 2 carapace here. Still no Queen's Nest. Still, oh! Queen's Nest. Okay, we're doing it. Double Spire Queen's Nest Hive. 18 minutes into the game, he'd banked about 2k gas, and it's Hive time. Oh no! Oh, Dog scouted it. He's finally seen the base. He's probably kicking himself right now. My goodness. Oh man, that's so unfortunate. But here we go. The Mule's gonna fly in at the top right, or yeah, top left. He knows his opponent's Mules are down in the bottom left. And he, oh my god, he's got Mules at all the bases. Mules at all the bases. Dog has lost most of his drones at his 3rd base. Most of his drones at his natural have gone down. Pre actually subbed in for Dark Swarm. And I'm going to be completely honest with the way this is going. I'm glad. This has been such a crazy ZVZ. I just want Ensnare. I want Ensnare or Plague. Just make it happen. He's, oh my god, he's going melee upgrades. He's going to break through the X and kill him with Lings. But here we go. Looks like the main is going to come under fire. Great Aspire is in. Oh my god, this is so many Muteless. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. Let's have a look at this in all of its glory. I don't want to even touch the mouse. So many Muteless from Pre. Dog is going to fall here. And oh my god, this is just unbelievable. So many Muteless. Pre is going to take us into the ace match, and there is nothing that Dog can do about it. The Great Aspire is going to go down. GG. The supplies at the end of that are 166 to 32. That is how good that game was. Let's head in to the ace match when we get back after this short break. Okay guys, welcome back. We are heading into our 4th game of the series with the score currently BuLL 2-1 up. I completely forgot. Now, the player here we're going to have for aSh is going to be Hades. Hades is a newer player for aSh, so don't really know too much about him. He did win his only PvP so far, but this is going to be his EVP, so we'll have to see how that goes. His opponent is going to be Dark. Now, Dark hasn't had the best results in STPL. He's only got a 34% win rate and only a 30% win rate against Protoss. We're going to be kind of cool to see these two against each other. To introduce the map, we're going to be going into Tripod. Tripod is definitely an interesting 3-player map. If you know Transistor, it's basically Transistor but better. It's like a way better version of Transistor, which is super good. So looking forward to seeing how this game is going to be playing out as we head into game number 4, sorry. Okay, starting us off down here in the bottom left-hand corner in the red, fighting for aSh, it's Hades. And his opponent spawning us off in the top left-hand position in the blue, fighting for BuLL, it's Dark. Now, if you'll excuse me for just 1 second, I just need to quickly check something. Okay, so it looks like we haven't had anything too crazy going on just yet, which is good. And let's see what's going to happen? We've got a 9 hatchery, sorry, coming in here from Dark, which is definitely not a normal build for sure. We've got 2 gates coming in here for Hades, which is definitely also not normal, so this could be either a very quick game or a very long game. Usually I would say the games that start off kind of funky are usually the longest games. Like if you take into account when you play as well, like if something goes weird early on, it's very hard to play like standard timings from there, so it often throws off a lot of what you're going to do, and it means you can end up with really weird situations. Now obviously that relies on both players not dying. Now luckily enough for Dark, he's expanding to the right side, so it's going to be a lot harder for Hades to be able to push in. He will have the option of pushing into the main base, which is certainly something you're not looking for as our Zerg player, but given how small the choke is with the eggs, it makes it very difficult to actually push into this base from here. Now, Dark looks like he wants to go and scout with a drone, which is definitely something that's super important on this map when you send your Overlord in the wrong direction. Now, there is double Zealot coming in here for our Protoss player, of course. There's not really anything else you're going to do from this situation. You're going to build a lot of Zealots, and you're going to push in. Now, is Dark going to be able to see that it's 2 Gateway Zealot? Yeah, he is. So he's going to see the 4 Zealots now. He knows that he has to be careful. There are 6 Lings out in the middle of the map. They are going to be able to delay a little bit, but they are not going to win an engagement with 4 Zealots. So he does need to build a lot more, maybe even look at building like a sunken colony on his high ground or something to hold on here. But looks like this probe is going to go down as well. That's definitely something you need to hold on to. Dark keeping his drone out here, helping out a little bit. More Lings coming in. Looks like this is a lot of Lings versus these 4 Zealots, so this should actually go a little bit better, but Hades is getting a really good surface area here. Good Zealot micro so far. Trading so well with these Zerglings. I mean, this is definitely the best possible trade he could have asked for in this situation. He is going to keep one of his Zealots alive. He is going to continue to build 2 Zealots at a time. No gas has been added in the main, but there is a Forge coming up. So we are going to see an expansion behind this. Yeah, with these 2 Zealots almost getting into the main, I mean, honestly, he should maybe just go. I think he's trying to hope to get another really sick engagement here at the ramp, but he doesn't know how many bases that Dark actually has, I don't believe. If we check Hades' vision... Oh, maybe he did go and see that. Didn't keep an eye on the probe completely, but... Expanded behind this, certainly good. Looks like Dark is getting ready to push through the middle of the map, maybe go around the back side. But he is going to be forced to come back, seeing another 2 Zealots coming in. But these Zerglings are actually stuck in the back, like he can't seem to get them through. So they're definitely not in a position to help defend his base, and that is not where you want to be. As this is going to cause a lot of problems, a lot of clogging up here. Looks like the Zealots aren't going to get the best engagement this time though, so these Lings coming back home at just the right time. And he is going to be able to hold on to that pretty well. Dark doing a really good job holding this so far. Hades unable to build an expansion given the fact he's still building 2 Zealots at a time. Does need to look to add them, but obviously with the more Zealots he loses, the more cannons he's going to need. And he's just not taking favorable engagements right now with these Zealots, so this is definitely a little bit crazy. Now looks like the Zealots do survive down here at the very least. They're not going to do any more damage though. Looks like basically that phase of the game is over. But now he's going to run into the position where these 3 Lings can actually cancel this cannon. And there is absolutely nothing back home to stop them doing it. So this is definitely going to cause a few problems. Won't cancel the Nexus, I don't believe, but that's still 150 minerals that you kind of want. I mean, you want the cannon up as soon as possible, right? It's just, it's not worth losing it if you can help it. Now there is a lot of Zealots here still, so I thought the phase of doing damage was over, But it seems Hades is still trying to squeeze damage in when maybe there was no damage to be had, but we'll have to have a look to see if we can actually get into the main. And like, I just don't understand why he doesn't just go. Like, he's got enough zealots here that if he leaves 2 on the ramp, which he's not going to do, he's actually going to pull everything back, and this is actually going to give Dark a chance to get more links. Like, imagine if he'd gone into the main a little bit sooner. I mean, he's trading incredibly well. Like, Dark does not have the best economy, but all of the units that Hades is building, Hades has been building, are dying. And when you're losing all of your zealots like that, just think of how many minerals he's actually lost throughout this game. He's had 1 Nexus the entire time. He's been cutting probes to build the zealots. And that means his economy is a shambles right now compared to where it should be. Now, Dark has had to build a lot of links, yes. There's only 12 drones on the map, which is not where you want to be as a Zerg player at this stage in the game. But there's 3 hatcheries. You can 100% build a ton of drones in a row. Now, the one problem Dark has is the saturation in his main. He needs to get the saturation back up. I mean, the fact he's got so few drones is definitely causing problems, especially given the fact he's trying to expand to a 3rd base as well and send the drones there way too early. But I mean, look at the amount of lings that Dark has. Like, this is actually enough to break this natural, I think. Like, if he gets in here before that 3rd cannon is done, I think he breaks it. It looks like he's just a little bit worried about the Zealots. Obviously, Zealots aren't very strong units. Let's keep an eye on their health. Apparently, Zealots are a lot better than I maybe gave them credit for. He is trading incredibly well with all these lings. And he is actually going to get the better end of the engagement. So me telling Dark to push in was 100% a bad choice. That would have lost him the game. But he does manage to keep his Overlord alive, at least for the time being. He's actually got 2 Overlords in the main somehow. But Citadel of Doom coming up, 2 additional gateways coming in. 3 additional gateways coming in, and Hades is looking to kick the macro mode into gear here for sure. Now, looks like Dark has been building a ton of lings for no reason. I'm saying it no reason because realistically he knows he killed most of the Zealots, and all he needs to worry about is droning up behind this, but his drone count has gone up considerably. The way his main saturation is looking is definitely a lot better, but there's still a couple of, or there's 3 mineral patches where he's not mining from, which he definitely needs to start doing. Now, there's no Sunkens, so somehow Hades is going to get back in here and do a ton of damage again. And this is such a weird game. Like, it's back and forth like I've never seen before. And I mean, the sunken finishes, but how are both of these players trading blows so often? Oh my goodness. Looks like Dark is going to hold on again. So despite me thinking that Hades is going to do a lot more damage, looks like the Zealots do take way more damage than once again I was expecting. So I mean, this is just a weird game so far. Both of these players, I mean, we're at 10 minutes into the game. The Protoss player's at 60 supply and the Zerg player's at 40. Like, this is not normal. This is such a weird situation. We've got a lot of hatches coming in. We've got a Hydra Den and a Lair. We've got speed coming in, which is considerably quicker than what we saw Shad get it in the last game. And still, Hades is sending more Zealots across the map. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So he's going to go forward. Still no +1 attack is done, though. He should definitely wait for that, because this would be a massive damage boost for him to get that +1 attack. But he is going to go in against the hatchery once again. There's a lot of Hydras here this time. But the... oh, okay, the Sim City doesn't need to... Oh my god, that drone drill. That is a nasty drone drill right there, blocking all of the Zealots from being able to get to the Hydras. And only a single Hydra dies in the making of this production, which is pretty insane. Now, given how close they both are to each other, I genuinely would have thought we would have seen a lot more drones, a lot more probes, and a lot more bases for Hades, but he has just been playing balls to the wall, playing the Manlot style of just building zealots and attacking and then seeing if you can win. I mean, I guess it works, right? Like, it kills many people, so why not do it here in the STPL? But the crazy thing is, there's no Stargate. Like, if Dark just went Muters, Hades is pretty much dead, but the trouble is Dark is also playing mono battles. Rather than going for mass links now, he's only building Hydras. And Hades is only building Zealots. I mean, we've got a single Archon, which, against all these Hydras, I'm not so sure about this one. But look at this! Zealots coming in from the other side, they're going to get the hatchery. Oh my goodness, the Zealots just finding damage where there shouldn't be damage to be had. But is this just too many units? Like, it looks like the Hydra's going to push in. Oh no, a single DT. There's no Overlord down here. He's got no way. Oh, there is an Overlord. But, oh, he gets a DT. Okay. Ooh, that was close. But the Hydra's going to be able to trade blows here. It's going to be base for base. But Dark's holding on again. How does he keep doing it? How is this man holding on? And how is Hades not dead yet? How is this base still alive? Looks like the Hydra's going to maybe play a little bit too greedy, going to jump into the main base, going for that Archon. But Hades' natural is going to go down. Now, is he going to be able to get into the main base? He's not killing the base. It looks like the Zealots are eventually going to get this hatchery. This is such a weird back and forth game. Looks like base for base is definitely going to be the case here, but a lot of minerals went down for both sides with 2 hatcheries going down, a bunch of cannons, a pylon and a nexus as well. But both players still have another base. Dark immediately expanding back to his third base. I guess this was his natural, wasn't it? Now Hades does have this third base down here, but realistically he's still on 2 base. He lost a ton of probes. And there's still Hydras outside of his base, so are we... You know what would be really cool if he could get Lurkers right about now. Like, if he can get Lurkers, get them into the main base, that would just win him the game. But the trouble is, he doesn't have the upgrade. He doesn't have the upgrade. He's had to spend so much money on units that his economy, his tech, is not where he wants it to be. Now we've finally got a load of High Templar coming out here. Another couple of gateways have been added on. This is still a 0 Stargate PvZ style. If Dark just built Mutalisks, he would completely kill Hades right about now. There's no defense in the main. There's one. Okay, there's one cannon. That is not defense. I will not class that as defense in any way, shape or form against 9 Mutalisks. But, I mean, Dark just isn't able to. He's just forced into building mass Hydras over and over and over again. Now he's building Lurkers. And his units, despite the fact he saw the Zealots, are in the wrong location. He is not in the right place here to defend the base. The base is going to go down again. Very possibly. And it looks like Hades coming in with a 2-pronged assault here. Looks like the units here are actually going to help out a little bit. Now, there is finally there's 4 Lurkers here. Okay, oh, this is really good. The the drone stop on the hill there, doing a ton of damage with those Lurkers, killing all of the Zealots. Definitely a good trade there for Dark. And looks like Dark is going to be able to push back Hades here as well. So, still, everything, all the engagements, going favorably for Dark. Every single time. But Hades just keeps going. He keeps going. He keeps pushing. And he's... Oh, no. He's built his Nexus off-center. Oh, no. Oh, my God. The storm's on the Lurkers. Well, at least he cancels his Nexus. Did him a favor by pushing in there, I would say. Definitely don't want an off-center Nexus on this map. Now, we've got a probe getting ready to take a third base down here, but he needs to take it soon. There we go. Now the issue is, he's expanding away from his opponent, but it's also close to his opponent's expansion, so... And XEXE is calling it a 4th base, but he doesn't have a 3rd, so... I mean, I don't know about this, but his 3rd is dead, so it's a new 3rd. Now we've got Overlord speed here. Do we have Hive coming in? Yes, we do. This is a very quick Hive for a ZVP. Zealots in the middle. Just attack the Side Disruptor, man. Just do it. Now this new 3rd base is coming up, but he's lost access to his other naturals, so that means he's not going to get this half gas. Probably for a very long time. Now he is, if he can secure the other main base, he is in a very good position. So let's see if he's able to do it. The probes transferred a little bit too soon, so they're actually going to be transferring away with their minerals, which obviously is not where you want to be. Now the interesting thing, and the interesting thing about the positions of this map, is these units now cannot get back to defend. And he also can't realistically attack with them either. So this 4th base... for Dark is actually in a very tough position to hold. Like, there's a lot of spore colonies coming up here, but there's only 2 Sunkens. Only 2 Lurkers, sorry. And I mean, this looks like this base is going to go down. There is an Observer here. It does manage to take down the Lurker with the Zealots. I mean, this other Lurker at the back is doing a ton of damage, but with +2 attack done, Dark doesn't really have the units to defend this base, which is such a weird position to be in. Now it looks like Storm finally coming in. Only hitting one of the Lurkers with that, though. Needed to target that a little bit better. Oh my god, the drone's actually transferring into the Storm. They're not where you want to be, but it looks like there's actually just about enough units here to hold on. And once again, despite having no units in the right location at the right time, that Storm. Oh. Despite having no units in the right location at the right time, Dark holds on barely again, and Hades loses most of his army. This is such a weird position to be in. Oh my goodness. Now it looks like we are getting ready for Hive Tech. We've got the Defiler Mount coming in with Plague. Do we have Adrenaline? Hopefully he got that, because we did see Shat miss that upgrade in the last game, which cost him vastly in these engagements. Now there are these 3 bases in the middle of the map that you can take. Like, if he just uses the Lurkers to break down the Side Disruptor here, he's got a contain up over here, and there's going to be no realistic way for Hades to be able to break through. So taking the other main on this map is not the winning move it could be on some, like a map like Neo Moonglaive or Neo Medusa or something like that. It's not your typical 3-player map. There's a lot of bases you can take in the middle of the map as well. And it looks like Dark is out of position again. His units are not burrowed, but apparently it doesn't matter. He's just going to... Oh, them not being burrowed actually helped them escape the storm. Now, there is a Nidus here. Look how many Lings just come out this Nidus. This is a ridiculous amount. Now, it looks like Hades, once again, unable to break through. He's down in supply on our Zerg player. And he needs to be very, very careful here. Now, is this a drop? No, it's not. Okay. Dropping 2 Lurkers up here would be very good. Now we've got Dark getting ready with a 5th base down here in the bottom left-hand corner. Really should look to break through. Maybe go for some Lurker drops as well in the final remaining bases of Hades. But I mean, once again, if Hades can secure these right-hand bases, he is going to be in a good position for a little bit later on. Good use of consume there by those defilers. Definitely a little bit easier to misclick sometimes. You don't want to do that. Consume a lurker or something. Now this is going to cause a lot of trouble with these 3 defilers, with these cracklings as well. I mean, that storm was pretty much the best storm you could ask for against Massling. And he's going to be able to hold this position. Nice. No swarm would have helped him there, so I guess that's why he didn't bother sending them. Now, are we going to have a Nidus come up down here? I think a Nidus down here in this bottom left position would be really good. He's obviously got the Nidus in the main, but if you can, like, essentially transport your units around the map as Zerg on this map, you are in a good position. Now, oh my god, the Defilers. Where are the Defilers going? What are they doing? 2 Defilers go down immediately. Oh my goodness, that was actually a massive loss. No plague or anything being used. Definitely not the position you want to be in. Looks like he's going to go around this base and go straight into the natural. He is playing the most aggressive Protoss style you could. I mean, these are places he should not be attacking. But he's going to find an opening and he's going to press it. Now, are there any storms left? Yes, there is. He needs to make use of them, though. Storm. Okay, that's a good storm. Oh, but the Dragoons... Oh my goodness, that storm. That storm as well. What a great storm there by Hades. The Zealot's going to take out the Natural of Dark. Dark down to 1, 2, 3, 4 bases again. All of the units get taken down. You've killed all the units from the right-hand side. Just go over to the right-hand base and kill it. He's playing a little bit greedy here, though, going up into the main. Is he going to be able to take out all the Zerg's tech here? That would be insanely powerful if he can do so. But there's going to be a lot of links coming out of all of these hatcheries. Panic mode will be coming in. Looks like Dark going to go for a big counter here over on the bottom right-hand side. So this base is going to go down. There's no Defiler. And Dark is going to get ready to take this base behind here. The Zealot's still stuck in the middle of the map there. And there's still 3 Lurkers in the middle of the map here. But Ultras have arrived. Lurkers on the low ground. I don't think there's any storms up here anymore. No, they've turned into Archons. Is there an observer? Yeah, there is. There's a single observer here, so... Oh my god, this is such a crazy game. There's units coming here into the bottom left-hand base as well. It looks like he has finally managed to break his way out in the contain with all the Lurkers running back. But he's not going to be able to break into this base. These units are going to go down. His units in the main still holding strong for the time being, but he hasn't taken out the tech like I expected him to. He's not even targeting any of the tech. He's going for drones. And these Lurkers are eventually going to be able to clean this up. I think the Observer... Yeah, the Observer's way out of position. Looks like the units did go down here on the bottom right-hand base. Sorry for missing that. I should have paid a little bit more attention to the mini-map. But yeah, this is pretty crazy. This game is probably the most ridiculous back and forth. 32 kills, 33, 34. He's gonna go down now and I feel sad. 35 kills on that Archon. He got the spawning pool though. Oh my god, there's High Templar hiding in the main. He had Swarm. Oh my god, he had Storm that whole time. And oh my god, he doesn't notice it either. He just thinks it's an observer, so he's not going to send his units to kill it. That is so funny. Now it looks like Hades is getting ready to take this top right-hand base again. Seriously, Dark, just take the bases in the middle of the map. Like, Hades is not going to be able to push in there with the units he has. There is Dark maybe throwing away too many units. Dark had a supply advantage before, and now he's lost it. He lost a lot. I think he lost a lot of drones here. And this is way too many drones to have on this base. Dark is down 1 base. His main base is completely mined out. Looks like we are going to have a push in here on the right. His top right-hand base is running out as well. Dark is running on low econ right now. I mean, he finally does get some swarms in. Plague, where is Plague? What is Protos's inability to Zerg's inability to Plague in this game? He didn't get the Defiler mount, so there's no excuse here. You definitely need Plague. Like, Plague is just such a good spell against Protoss. Like, he could break this area if he just had Plague. Like, what? Why didn't he push in? There's a swarm on the ramp. Seeing Ultras pop. Full energy High Templar almost. Now, is there Plague coming in? I feel like he must have forgotten Plague. The Lurker's in the middle of the map. Is he finally going to break into the middle? Or is his units just stuck? Oh no, there we go. Okay, so he is going to break into the middle now. Now, the funny thing about this High Templar is, do you really bother killing it? Like, what's it gonna do? Storm your buildings? Like, the crazy thing is, Dark hasn't taken this base again. He's breaking his way into the middle. Interestingly, he's gonna break in from two sides. I would prefer it if he just broke in one, because that's gonna give Hades a way in. Like, if you just break in here, you send 3 drones, you take all 3 expansions. Without shuttles, what is Hades going to do? Is he going to break through the middle? No. No, he's not. I keep looking at this High Templar, hoping to see it will do something. What'd be really cool is if he got a hallucination, and he just, like, hallucinated itself a bunch of times, and that's it. Didn't storm. Didn't do anything good. He just made an army of High Templar in his opponent's base to confuse him. That'd be really, really good. Now, the units did get in here, so it looks like he is going to be able to break down. I guess it does give him the way across to his other base. But yet again, we've got Defilers running around not doing anything. He swarms when all of his units are dead. The Lurkers are not in a good position here, so they're not going to be able to help out in this engagement. Storming the Side Disruptor. Certainly not something you see every day, but I guess if it works, it works. Oh my god, that could be a nasty... Oh, that is a nasty storm. He gets so many Lurkers. Oh my goodness. Oh man. Oh, wow. What a storm. Hades. Hades, man. What is this man on? Like, his units... He's now double... He is double the supply of Dark. He's going to push into the main. The High Templar in the main is going to be able to come into the engagement and storm. It's all part of the plan. Oh my goodness. Just use the High Templar, please. I want to see some backdoor storm action. Let's have it. Let's have it happen. He could hallucinate an Ultralisk and block the Zerg units in, which would be kind of funny. I need to keep the camera still. Sorry about that, guys. But looks like Hades is going to lose his units again, so Dark is going to barely hold on. He's barely got any supply. The High Templar really would have helped here. Oh my god, imagine if he just stormed all of these units. Oh no! Oh no, the High Templar's gonna die. Oh no. Oh well. There we go. That's a little bit unfortunate. Hades does have this the middle right base. He's gonna go to expand again. Hades is mined out of his natural. He never retook his third base. His new third base is mined out. His fourth base is very close to mined out as well. And the only thing going for him really is this other main base. Now Dark, he's expanding to the middle. He's taking 2 expansions here. Gonna build a load of creep colonies. Get ready to mass expand and mass drone again. But can he survive the onslaught of our Protoss player? It's only 3-1 upgrades with the shield upgrade coming in there. And 2-4 once again for our Zerg player. 2-4 seems to be the maximum we ever seem to get on these Ultralisks for some reason. But these storms are going to be good here. And then these Archons are just doing so much damage to the Ultras. Like, this is just too much. But the trouble is, Dark's almost mined out this top right-hand base anyway, so it's not a major deal. These 2 Zealots, man. These 2 Zealots, they've wanted to get in this fight for a very long time. But unfortunately, now they're joined. Buy High Temper and a Dragoon. He needs to look at those. It's so hard to see this. Now this map is absolutely incredible. We've had a really good game here so far. Looks like we are going to have the Zealots moving in up into the high ground of the main. Just imagine if this High Templar was still alive. This is a lot of DTs. If he can kill the Overlords, these DTs are going to clean up absolutely everything. But looks like he's not going to kill the Overlords, so that's a little bit unfortunate, but he's going to do a ton of damage to Ultralisks. Oh my goodness, what is a crazy, crazy situation. Hit him up saying in chat that Hades is going for the German tactic, going for the Blitzkrieg into the Zerg's Moscow. But is it going to work out? Dark's holding on every time. Now this Archon, let's see if Saving Private Archon can get to like 50 kills. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, this is such a weird situation. This is such a weird game. So many units are being thrown away by both players. It's just, man, this is so good. Now Hades is essentially mined out. Like, he's down to 2 base again. 2 base seems to be his favorite number. Oh my god, all these drones. Oh, Dark. I genuinely don't know how to call this game. I genuinely have no idea who's going to win from here. Like, Dark, realistically, he's got the expansions, he should win. But Hades somehow comes out with these exquisite engagements. And he just keeps getting more units into the main base. Dark is mining out as well. And these Archons, they just do so much damage. Oh, the Storms as well. But every time they're trading so freaking efficiently. It's crazy. Oh my god, that Storm. Pop 2 Ultras. But the Archons are still alive. I want to check the kills. Oh, only 4 and 7. Okay, that's not as interesting. But the drones are going to be able to expand away from this base. Both of these players must be so fatigued. It's so hard to play this kind of a high intensity game with action all over the map all the time. Just the Storms have been so good. Oh man, Hades. Hades is the king of Storms here. He is Thor in this matchup. So many good friggin' Storms, man. Oh, damn. I mean, Dark is down to 40 drones. He's mining off of 3 bases. He never managed to take this base again because he just kept getting pushed there. So why would you bother? I mean, oh, there's not even really enough minerals here to make it worth building a hatchery there. But I don't get why he didn't expand here. Like, just take this base. Super turtle in the middle of the map. And look at this. He's going straight into the main again. I mean, if you're going to leave your front door open, why not? He's got enough observers seeing it as well. And Dark barely has any units to defend against it. Every single time he's having to send units back to defend. And he is going to lose all of his tech. And there's a couple of people in chat saying the observers are in a useless position. But he's keeping them there for when his units get there, because he knows he's sending units into the main. He knows he's going. Better keep him there, then you don't have to worry about lurkers, right? And you can see the path to the main is clear. Look at the Archons, though. Thor the Thunder Protoss over here with all this Psi energy going off absolutely everywhere. Amazing Storms. Amazing Archons are now pushing in on the bottom left-hand base again. It is just Dragoons, but he is going to be able to break the base eventually. Now Lurker's going to come in here to try and defend this, but when you lose all of your main, what can you build to defend? Oh my god, Dark getting in a really good position with these Lurkers. Like, he is not burrowed too early here. Okay. If that was a Terran army, that entire army dies. Protoss units are pretty beefy when they're on 322 upgrades, guys. Also, does he actually have any... He has no, like... He has no ranged upgrades. This is so funny. Oh my god, just break the side disruptor, please! Just break in! The Archons are gonna get the second Defiler Mound! The first one is still alive! But the thing is, again, okay... Against Hades' army, Hades, the god of the underworld in Greek mythology, he needs to be Zeus, man. His name needs to be Zeus. He's just building Archons. Archons and Storm. That's all you need. Archons, Storm, and Zealots. Why would you ever build any other unit? Why would you get Plague against those units? Plague does nothing against that. Now this Archon, I mean, Archons are pretty good, but it's going to go down. He saves the second spawning pool. But do we have any other tech? Now he's building a Hydra Den in his third base. We've got another lair coming in. He didn't rebuild his Ultralisk Den. Ultralisk Cavern, I guess. Oh, and this is such a massive army here from Dark. He's got a lot of Ultras left over from before. And Hades is going to lose his army, but he's still at 180 supply. He's got more, he's just sending more units to the main. Why not? The main's undefended. Just keep going. Just keep running. Keep running into the main. Just go. Now it looks like he is going to come in from behind here. He didn't choose. Well, he didn't choose to push through here. Wondering if there's lurkers there, I guess. And Aggie, the replay is definitely not broken. It's definitely not broken. It's just a really fantastic game. Look at the devastation Zeus is causing here. Oh my goodness. The Archons are just worth their weight in absolute gold here, doing so much. And Dark is just unable to win any engagement ever again. The Archons, the kings of Thunder here, the gods of Thunder, just doing so much damage. And really, I mean, Hades is not a name befitting of a king, such as this man right here. Oh my god, he's finally breaking in. The Zealots, they're woken up. They're answering the call of the Kala, and they're going to push in for ire into this third base. And I mean, Dark just does not have the units. He just doesn't have the units to hold on to these bases. I mean, Hades has just done such a fantastic job this game. The Zealots aren't coming. He doesn't need them. Who needs Zealots? You got Archons. They're pushing in. Dark is down to one base. All of his other buildings on the map have been destroyed. And Hades is on 2 base still. So we're 2 base against 1 base again. But Dark still has a ton of bank. He just has no tech buildings. Well, he's got a Defiler Mound. He has a Defiler Mound, but I mean, he has no aggressive units. He has no spawning pool. He has no Hydra Den. Okay, he's got 3 lurkers here. But the Observer is alive. The lurkers go down. And with that, I think after a very long and exciting PvZ, Hades is going to take it. What a sick game. Well done. Wow.
Reporting for duty.
Thank you, Bonnet, for the raid. Now, that does bring me into a really upsetting bit of news. There was a massive bit of major misorganization from the BuLL captain, Dio, as well as some miscommunication on both sides, which meant the ace match was never actually played. So, because Dreamer turned up on time for the time they set, and they couldn't get in contact with Dio, Dreamer wins the ace match, essentially. So, it is unfortunate that we're not going to get the ace match, but yeah, it was a massive pain. Essentially, they agreed to play after BWCL finished. There is another series now as well, but they agreed to play after BWCL finished, and then BWCL didn't actually finish until when was it? It didn't finish till like 2100 CEST or something, which is pretty crazy. So let's have a quick look here. I just want to double check who was actually supposed to play, so we can add that in. I remember... it was going to be... Okay, I am so confused. There was a ton of text here. So it looks like Dark was meant to be the ace, but he got stuck in a really, really long really long 2v2. So it is a little bit unfortunate, of course, but we're going to give the win to Dreamer, and then we'll have a look at the results and go into the next series. So it's the way it is sometimes. It is unfortunate, but it is an online league. It is global. There is people from all over the world playing in this league, so it can be a little bit problematic. But let's have a look at the... How did this happen? Okay, so I'm going to need to quickly fix this, but the results, if you did miss out, Inca beat Dreamer, TTF beat Reina, Wapple beat Shad, and then who was the player? Hades beat Dark, and then Dreamer got a walkover in the ace match over Dark as well. So I'm going to go for a quick break while I sort this out, and we'll get ready for series number 2. Don't go anywhere. See you guys soon. Okay, starting us off here in the top left-hand position, we have someone who's doing something a little bit cheeky here in the blue. I guess this is fighting for Valhalla team from South Korea. It's Moray. STPL's back. Now here we go. We see the probe proxying a pylon in the middle of the map. We'll obviously have to keep an eye out what this is going to be, of course. It's going to be a gateway. Is it going to be one gateway, or is it going to be two? Or is it going to be a forge for a cannon rush? Now, Kwanwoo was actually scouting there for his ramp to see if a probe was coming into his main, but doesn't quite see it. Now, Kwanwoo is actually going to be gateway scouting, which is a little bit late, but let's see if Kwanwoo sees it. Oh my god. Oh, he sees the pylon! It was misplaced! Kwanwoo knows there is a proxy gate. Wow, Moray actually really, really bold here, expecting his opponent not to scout. I think Kwanwoo might be a Korean American, I'm not too sure. It's been a long time since we've seen him, but here we go. Double gateway, count them 1, 2, in the middle of the wall, in his opponent's base essentially. But we've got it. Oh my god, we've actually got a pylon coming in here to get the battery on the high ground. This really is a replay of Best versus Bisu. Wow. Let's see how this is going to go. But looks like Moray's probe is going to get into the main. There is another pylon coming up here from Kwanwoo to try and get the shield battery a little bit closer. And now obviously the probe in the opponent's base is not going to be able to do too much. The first zealot is going to be out at the same time here for Kwanwoo, chasing down the probe, doing the best job it can to keep that probe away from building a shield battery, but now has to wait for those zealots coming in. What a great PvP to start us off with. Shield battery for both sides on the low ground. The probe helping out. Probe from Moray has gone down, so no additional shield batteries will be created in the making of this game, but the zealot micro has been perfectly even on both sides now. The health of both doing really well. It is going to be 3 versus 3, but we do have the shield batteries coming in. Full shields on all of the zealots now, thanks to those. And Kwanwoo is going to be holding on for his life. Does have the probe advantage. Moray is going to send a probe down here. But looks like we are going to have the zealots coming in extra here for Moray. Kwanwoo getting a good couple of hits. The shield barrier, though, coming in clutch. Keeping that zealot alive at the very, very last second. Now, this is an incredibly close game. We've got a second shield battery coming up here in view of Quanwu. Obviously, the more shield barrier you have, or the more shield barriers you have, the more shield barrier energy. Now, if you usually watch StarCraft 2, shield barriers in this game are not automatic. You have to cast them manually. You have to target the unit as well, and it's very tough to do it in the heat at the moment. But it looks like we are going to have 6 versus 6. We do have Quanwu with a little bit of extra zealot health, and obviously he will have the concave at the top of the ramp. But let's have a look at what Quanwu's going to do. Oh my god, cannons coming in. What a clever decision to go for cannons at the end of that. You can see that Moray needs to get up the ramp. He's going to go in. He wants to cancel this cannon. The cannon finishes. He loses the game. This is a very clutch moment here. Shield barrier going off for both players. I'm losing my voice. Quanwu moved a little bit too far forward there. Very problematic here. Doesn't want to lose anything, but look at the shield barrier micro from both players here. Lots of zealots. One of them finally falls. The second one about to fall as well. The shield barrier energy is about to run out, and here we go. Quanwu has held on, but Moray is catching up with probes here. Both players still going for a crazy amount. Looks like the cannon gonna target down one of those shield barriers here. It looks like Quanwu may have done it. As long as Quanwu continues to macro up behind this, he's going to be in a good position. But looks like we are going to have the zealots coming down the ramp. Doesn't want to get caught. You can still lose the game here. But the cannon is under fire from the... Oh my god, if the cannon gets the pylon, this is pretty much game over. Looks like Quanwu wants to take the fight. He knows there's no shield barrier energy. He's getting an amazing engagement at the front. The probe soaking up a few of those hits there. Going to go down, but looks like he's done it. Quanwu has taken down Moray here in this incredible PvP. Mining, and when there's dragoons go, oh my god, the mines! Oh god, those mines were so good.
What? Oh my god.
STP. Okay guys, welcome back to the STPL. We're about to head into our second series of today. A long day of STPL today for sure. We're at 22-10, 10-10 at the moment. We've just made it through the first one. Now this is the format, if you've never seen the STPL before. Every series minus the final is a best of 5. Set 1 to 4 are played at exactly the same time. So we do watch all the games regardless of the outcome. Big thank you of course to, and then set 5 is going to be the ace match. Now a big thank you to our sponsors Liquipedia, Esport Fund and Matcherino, all of which who have added a massive amount to the prize pool. So we're almost at our $2,000 prize pool goal for this season already. Now the map pool for this season: Hitchhiker, Montreal SE, Core Breach, Tripod, Andromeda, Byzantium 3, Fantasy 2 and La Mancha, and you can see the prize pool down there as well. And the ace match can be a player that hasn't played prior, but oftentimes they will have just because of the way the series works. Most of the time clans will get their 4 players to play at a certain time, and it's just kind of cool. So let's have a look here at our first, or our second two teams for today, sorry. We'll have a look over here at the team conditions. Starting us off here for us is going to be iRk. iRk, one of the strongest, if not the strongest foreign clan at the moment. Mostly Swedish, although I say that, and two of their players are from Russia today and one from Poland, so ignore that. But overall, they've won 31 of their matches, lost 19, which is a very respectable win-loss. Now, the 3 times these teams have met, iRk have fallen, which is going to be a problem, but iRk's roster is incredibly strong. 3 of the best players outside of South Korea are going to be playing for them today in DeWalt, TrueTouch, and SPX, and it is going to be a tough matchup. Now, their opponent's going to be Valhalla Team. Valhalla Team started in Season 2 as a primarily a Mexican clan. To kind of grow and also bring more competition to the STPL, they merged with Clan Wiko in Korea, and they've mainly been fielding their Korean roster now. They have won their first series this season. They came 3rd place last season, beating iRk in the 3rd and 4th place match. And this is a really strong roster from them. Forever, 11 wins and 2 losses, for instance, is crazy. Most of their other players have a winning ratio as well. And of course, they do have the psychological advantage of knowing against iRk they are technically 3-0 up. Now let's have a look at the matchups we're going to be seeing today. We're going to start with a PBT on Byzantium 3. We're going to have a PvP on Monty Hall SE. That should be a lot of fun. We're going to have a ZVP on Andromeda, and we're going to have a TVZ on Tripod. So we're going to have like one of pretty much all the we are going to have one of all the non-mirrors. We're also going to have one of the mirror matchups as well in PvP, but it's DeWalt playing PvP, which is absolutely brilliant. Looking forward to that. Now let's introduce our first couple of players here. Alm for iRk. I don't actually have any stats for, so I'm not going to bring anything up for him because he's a relatively new player on their roster, but Forever, he is bossing it. He's rank 11 in the STPL ELO rankings, which puts him just out the top 10, of course. Alm subbed in for Oystein, so that's why you may not have seen him before. But it's going to be tough for Alm to beat Forever. Forever has won 8 of his last 10 games. He's got a 100% win rate. Of course, that is only over 3 games against Protoss. And just overall, he is a very good player. Now, the map we're going to be heading into for TVP is a little bit difficult. For the Terran, you have the High Ground Natural, which was the first map of its kind to have this High Ground Natural at least used professionally. I guess you had Reverse Temple, but I don't think that necessarily counts for this. But it was mainly the first map known for the advent of the 1-Rack's Fast Expand against Protoss. So I think we're likely to see Forever go for that. That's definitely the most standard build on this map. Cobra and Melon are the same player, I just haven't actually renamed Cobra in the database yet. So, no subs on Valhalla team side. So, without further ado, let's get into game number 1. It's time for a TVP on Byzantium 3. The game has begun, and in the top right hand corner we do have the pink Protoss fighting for iRk. It's gonna be Alm. And in the bottom right we do have the blue Terran player fighting for Valhalla team. It's Forever. Now I'm hoping we do get a nice long series here, but technically it is super late here in the UK. Luckily enough, where I'm working from home, I can get away with going to bed a little bit later, so I should be okay. But if we get another series like the first one, which took us 2 hours to cast, we could be here and in for the long run. So let's have a look. I know we did get a lot of viewers through that have since dropped off because unfortunately we got Monith host as it went to a break, but it doesn't matter. The guys of you that are here know how good these games are going to be. You've seen the STPL before for the most part, and if you haven't, welcome. We have some incredible games here in this tournament. You may not know about the STPL, but it is technically the biggest global StarCraft 1 team league. We have players from all over the world, including Korea and outside of it. The Korean teams are not a shoo-in to win. We have had 2 consecutive victories by Seoul Gaming, but we've had a lot of upsets in week 1. White Clan, one of the most storied clans in Korea, was taken down by Eternal Friends, a relatively new clan that was set up based around sort of South American and Korean players. So it's not hot forever, I don't believe. I think this is an amateur player. We do have actual pros playing in the tournament though. Best, Mind, Hire, Killer have all played a couple of games. Oh, yeah, they've all played a couple of games I think at this point. And the finals, the grand finals, came down to the ace match in Season 2 with a ZVZ between Killer and Beast. 2 Oz teammates in a ZVZ. It was spectacular. Now we've got a factory opening coming in here for forever. Twice today we've had a TVP here, and I've thought the Terran player is going to go for 1 Rax expand on the high ground, and both times that hasn't happened, so maybe the modern meta not really favouring 1 Rax fast expand as much on this map. I mean, it was pretty much a build invented for this map, and then obviously used a lot on similar maps such as Neo Jade and Gladiator. Now it is going to be 2-gate Power Goon coming in from Alm, which means he is going to go for 2 gates worth of Dragoons and range, and he is going to be looking to put a lot of pressure on. Now Forever is going to get a bunker, which is incredibly important. If you do not bunker expand on this map, which is what he's going to do with his SCV right here, you can put yourself in an awful position, because if you lose your high ground against 2-gate Power Goon, you are in a lot of trouble. So you definitely don't want that happening. Now the first Dragoon is out. Forever has seen everything that is going on in his opponent's base, and he is going to be feeling pretty good about that. Now Forever going for his command center on location. This is the benefit of going for that bunker. Siege expand on this map XE is not necessarily bad, but going for mine expand these days is a little bit more favorable. It allows you to be more aggressive, but against 2-gate Power Goon, he is going to be going for siege mode. You cannot go mines. You can see the tank is on the way. He even cancelled his he didn't cancel his first Vulture. He actually got it into the main. 1 kill so far. I mean, luckily enough, he does have a Goon back here to defend, but how many probes is he going to lose to this? 2? Is he going to get a 3rd? No, it doesn't look like he will. That's a little bit unfortunate, missing that last shot, but the issue is going to be defending this bunker. Now this is going to force a lot of lost mining time for the Terran. The tank is obviously going to be very vulnerable while this is going on, and you can see Alm's going for it. He wants the tank. Now just to remind you guys that Forever is one of the highest ranked players in the STPL. Alm is a completely brand new player for this tournament. And I'm not 100% sure of what his MMR is, but I know he beat me on ladder. I got destroyed by him, so I guess we'll see how good he is, but he is from Sweden. Sweden breeds very good players of a high caliber. Losing that first tank from Forever is massive. He tried to go mines after, which means that it's going to be tough. Like, oh, he tried to go for the mine drag, but didn't manage to do it. But, oh my god, this bunker is still alive. This is definitely rough. The second tank coming in, but really showing why you need siege mode. If you had siege mode, you could put a tank here, defend the bunker, but look how many SCVs are going down to do this. Now behind this, Alm is double expanding. He's going for the tank again. Oh, but the mine! Oh. Okay, that was a massive mine. Losing 3 of those Dragoons has definitely kept Forever alive in this game, but that tank is at the back. It needs to be repaired up. The bunker is still in contention. No reinforcing Dragoons, so given the fact he did go for a double expand. Damn Barbillion, yeah, I'm a B rank player. Well, at least I was. I'm C rank now. I don't play enough to like rank up in ladder, so. And we do have the academy in here for Forever. He is going to confirm what's going on in the main, which is a very late robotics facility, so he should know that something crazy is a little bit, well, something a little bit more crazy is going to be going on. Looks like, according to Hit 'em Up in chat, who is the clan leader for STPL for aSh, Alm is 2000 MMR. Forever, I think, is a little bit higher than that, but Alm, I mean, if he'd have managed to get that second tank without losing those 3 Dragoons, this would be a completely different game right now, but Forever is going to be able to add on more tanks. He's secured his expansion. He's going to add on more factories as well. Now, the one bonus is, Alm has triple Nexuses. He's doing a pretty good job producing off of all of them as well, so his probe count is going to start to skyrocket. And when you start skyrocketing probe count, you can really start flooding those gateways, really start going for those tech units. You can go for a 4th base as well. Now, there is absolutely no way that Alm is expanding here, surely. No, he's going to build a scouting pylon. Now, Alm's still in a position outside the front of Forever's base. Now, Forever actually delayed his armory, so his upgrades are not where they want to be in this game. Like, he should be, I think it's around halfway through +1 you would normally be at this situation. But because he lost that early tank, he's actually in a little bit of trouble. Now, he is pushing forward. He's going to be able to secure his 3rd base. And I don't know what this pylon is for, but he needs to cancel it immediately. Otherwise, that's just going to die. I mean, he needs to cancel the pylon. That's still 70... Okay, well, he's not going to cancel it, so that's something a little bit unfortunate. We've got speed on the vultures now. He's going to try and get into the natural here. Is he going to be able to do it? No, the Dragoons in a good position. But look at this push. This is 4 tanks, a bunch of vultures, and 2 SCVs. He's going to build some turrets down here, most likely. And he's going to try and get some pressure down on this high ground. Going to be very difficult to push down this ramp, but it's also very difficult to push on the high ground. But Alm, he's just throwing units away. Now that tank is a little bit of a bait and switch there. He moves in, pulls back. You can't explain that, as we see a lot of mines being placed to block. Engineering bay coming in. We've got 4 factories worth of production, only 1 factory on tanks, and +1 is finally coming in here. So this is still a strong timing. Alm played incredibly greedy going for that double expansion, and losing all of these Dragoons may actually lose him the game. It looks like he's going to split Alm's army up. We've got a bunker coming up here as well, which is going to solidify this position, and this is a really nicely timed push. It's going to be very difficult for Protoss to be able to defend against this. They can't really go around and defend their natural, so it looks like the probes are all going to go down here, and more vultures are just going to keep flooding in. He's going to put mines at the top of the ramp. And I mean, Forever should pretty much have this game sewn up. There's not really anything that Alm is going to be able to do against this. He's trying to micro against the vultures, trying to micro against the mines, but there's oh, the mine! Oh, okay, that could have been a little bit worse, but he does lose those units. We finally have a shuttle coming in, but we've only, okay, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 gateways. So he has the gateways, but can he get into a position to clean this up? There's 2 turrets, a bunker. He's adding another turret at the front. You're not going to be able to, a bunker at the front even, depot even. You're not going to be able to fly a shuttle into that. So for now, you have to realize, or you have to work on the fact you basically have 2 bases. You need higher tech, which he does not have. No Stargate in production anywhere. No 4th base, which wouldn't really help him in this situation anyway. And Forever's finding probe damage. Like, all those probes that Alm spent forever building up, they're all gone. Now we are going to have a drop, at least with the shuttle, but I just don't think the drop is going to do anything. Now you can see these tanks are in just a perfect position. Like, even if he drops on top of these, like, it's not going to matter. But Alma's got a lot of units. This is actually all the mines! That was a big mine track. That could be exactly what he needs. There's only 3 tanks here. Alma's going to clean this up, I think, but the mines at the front! Oh my goodness, this bunker at the back is going to be doing so much. The Zealots don't have speed. There was no Citadel. And it's just Dragoons against Mines, Bunker, and a tank. The Zealots not with speed. If he had speed on his Vultures here, it'd be oh my god, the Mines. Oh my god, this is so rough. But he is going to be able to clean up these tanks, I believe. But oh, there's so many mines going down on all of the units. And Forever breaks through. GG. Alm taps out. And Forever wins game number 1. So, I mean, that was pretty much the exact position you want to be in as a Terran player. The Protoss player throws all their units into the mix, and it all goes horribly wrong. And that was, I mean, it was a nice try by Alm. He did really well. It's not hot forever. He is a Zerg Pro for one. But there we go. Let's go to a very quick break, and when we get back, we'll be heading into game number 2. It's going to be DeWalt versus Reach. Not the real Reach, a different Reach, but still Korean. With the same name. Oh, Koreans don't care about their IDs, man. Let's go. Okay guys, welcome back to the STPL. We are going to be heading into our second game of the series. We are going to have one of the best players outside of South Korea, one of the highest ranking Protoss players in the STPL, and the overall highest holder of the amount of wins. In 54 games, he has won 42 of them, which is ridiculous. He has an 88% win rate against Protoss, and a 77% win rate overall, which is kind of crazy. He has won 7 of his last 10 games, and this man is an absolute beast. And let's have a look at his opponent. It's going to be Reach. It's not the real Reach. It is another player who's Protoss who plays under that ID. But he has won his 2 games in the STPL so far. The map we're going to be heading into, one of my favorites to watch. It's Monty Hall SE. I reckon we'll probably have a pretty long game here, although I said that on the last PvP we had on this map. No, we didn't have a PvP on this map. We had a... It was a ZVP where the Protoss player proxied the gateway in the other player's main. It wasn't a PvP even. We could have proxy gates, we could have horror gates. There is a lot of things that could go weird on this map. So let's not waste any more time, let's get into it. It's DeWalt versus Reach on Monty Hall SE. Okay, starting us off here in the top left-hand corner, gonna be DeWalt as our blue Protoss. And his opponent spawning down here in the bottom right, it's the red Protoss Reach, fighting for Valhalla team. Now once again, we do have a cheerful submission thread. If you want to support your favorite teams here in the STPL or your favorite players, you can post your submissions in here. It's not a guarantee they'll show up on exactly the next stream unless it's themed, then I'll try and fit it in. We've actually got a pretty good one here once again from Lucky Noob, cheering for Valhalla team. Let's just bring that one up. It's animated as well, so he is tough competition. But looks like he wants Valhalla team to win here. Looks like the poor command center is going to go down. Along with Mjolnir for some reason, the Valhalla team is going to merge it all into their name. That's actually really, really cool. We had BuLL versus aSh. That is a very good point. We did. But that's a really cool cheerful. But nothing too crazy so far. Looks like DeWalt is going to get ready to go proxy a gateway, or maybe just go build a nexus. He is going for one gate into a core. Going to use the trick to get through the minerals. Looks like Reach did the same thing. He's actually going to go nexus first, which makes this a little bit more difficult. And also, Lucky Noob, I can't use all of your stuff all the time because you'll, like, I'll run out of stuff of yours to use, and either you have to keep making them forever, or someone else is going to have to help out. Oh, DeWalt trying to get into the main of his opponent, unable to do so. Now he's going to be able to use the trick I've shown off a couple of times in a video. In the breaks, looks like DeWalt getting ready to send another probe, probably just to expand here, but he's going to see there's no gateway, so he should, in theory, know there's a nexus somewhere, or know there's something not right, because that is not normal. And now he is going to be able to see all these probes, so he's going to know there's an expansion up here, which is kind of funny, because this actually gives them the option of pushing forward and just building a gateway somewhere out on this side of the map, because if you do that, all of a sudden you're in a very good spot. Now DeWalt, rather than expanding, is going to go for a Robo. He's going to go for Reaver most likely. And yeah, Lucky Noob, I could keep using the same stuff, but it's kind of cooler if there's like new stuff every time. And we've got probe on probe action here, which is definitely not something you get to see every day. Definitely something, as a Terran player, I enjoy watching a probe die, so hopefully this red probe will be taken down. We've got a Dragoon coming out, which will seal the fate of this red probe most likely, but he can actually jump over the minerals to get out, so let's see if he does that. And if he does, well, oh, he doesn't need to anymore. DeWalt's actually managed to mine through. There we go. So that probe's going to go home. Looks like we've got Reach not properly transferring his workers over here at the moment, so they do need to start mining. And oh my god, DeWalt got a Zealot over here. That is so funny. But the Dragoon actually managed to get through, so... Wait, is DeWalt not going to kill a single worker? Oh my goodness, he's not going to kill a single probe here. That is insane! How on earth, DeWalt, with some of the best probe micro outside of Korea, unable to do the damage he needs to do in the... Well, he doesn't necessarily need to do the damage here. Wait a second, they've changed the way that works. It doesn't matter too much, but there we go. The Zealot goes down without killing a single probe. DeWalt had to waste time glitching that over the minerals. Now DeWalt is going to be expanding into his natural here, or one of his naturals. There is 3 naturals on this map, essentially. DeWalt, is he going to waste a... No, okay, he's not going to try and waste time trying to glitch that back out. Oh my god. He's brought a pylon as a wall. He's going to drop a single Dragoon here into his opponent's natural expansion. But I think the probe is going to die before this single Dragoon is going to be able to do anything. So DeWalt kind of throwing away a few too many units maybe at the start of this game. He is getting ready to go Reaver, but I mean... Wow. Maybe 1 kill. He's going to be able to run away, which is a bonus, I guess. But definitely looking a little bit better for Reach at this stage in the game. Reach has a probe lead. Although his probe lead isn't as big as I would have imagined it to be, given how early his Nexus came up, which is a pretty good testament to how well DeWalt is actually playing this out. Now we do have that Robo support base. Speed Shuttle is on the way, so DeWalt is going to be looking to put on a ton of pressure here with Speed. Now, Reach is actually going to just block this expansion, maybe glitch into the main, see what's coming. And if he gets in, it's actually going to be very good now. Okay, he misplaced that. That's kind of funny. Both of them get ready to block each other. But the problem is, this probe is going to see the Reaver. Like, well, he's not going to see the actual Reaver, but he's going to see the tech. He's going to see the second gateway. And he's going to be able to go and check there's no expansion. But there is an expansion, of course, but he's going to be able to see it. Look at this. Now here comes the Reaver into the main. Speed is done. Let's see how much damage it can do. The probe's transferring immediately. Okay, dropping Reavers behind... Oh, that was a good Scarab. He is going to be able to get the Dragoon as well. Oh no. Oh no, the shuttle goes down. Okay. So this Reaver is dead in the water. He is going to be able to trade at least one of the Dragoons away, but definitely not what you want to do. And this Dragoon unable to get an extra Dragoon kill either, so that's a little bit unfortunate. DeWalt actually had a second Dragoon over here. I think he was getting ready to bring it in, but unfortunately losing that shuttle definitely going to cause him a few problems a little bit later down the line. Now, of course, with DeWalt now taking a probe lead, he's actually in a pretty good spot. Like, losing the Dragoon rerun shuttle is a massive problem. But realistically, DeWalt is ahead. Both of them tied in supply, but DeWalt still has 5 probes over his opponent. He's got a Dragoon here, which should realistically be able to block this from mining if he puts it in the perfect position, but it's a little bit harder than that, of course, when your Dragoon is glitching out all over the place. Reach getting ready to come in for another scout. Now, double Reaver here for DeWalt is going to make this it's pretty much impossible for Reach to be able to get into the main base and do any damage, but DeWalt hasn't rebuilt a shuttle, so these Reavers are not going to be aggressive. He's not going to be able to leave his base for a while. The Dragoon at the front is going to come back home, so he's lost his sort of vision at the front of the base. And it looks like we're going to have some shuttle speed action from Reach as well. Now, I believe that's already done. That does seem like a pretty fast shuttle, but there's no Reavers just yet. The first one's going to be coming in soon. Okay, so at the moment, we've kind of not got too much coming on here. We've obviously got DeWalt moving out into the map now, which is pretty important. And there is an opening into the main base, but we could have a little bit of a weird situation with the shuttle going around. No, the shuttle still hasn't got anything in it. Oh my god, he's actually going to come in over here, force the Dragoons to get away from the main base. And that's actually a massive play. Like, if he gets into the main, he could do so much damage. The Reaver is here as well. If he can snipe it, he is going to be in such a good position. The Scarabs aren't done. The Reaver's going to go down. Oh my goodness, this is such a good move by DeWalt, pulling the Dragoons completely out of position. 2 Reavers in the main, not focusing the main bulk of the army though. Does pick up the Reavers, is going to be able to get out of here, but he's trading so effectively. And this is definitely a little bit unfortunate here for Reach. DeWalt does lose a lot of Dragoons though. Oh man, no Reavers, you're not that good. He is going to kill this pylon though, which is just kind of annoying. Oh! You don't want to waste any Scarabs on there, because they are not going to connect. Now he is going to fly away, which gives him an even bigger lead, although both their supplies are still similar. DeWalt still with a macro lead in terms of workers. We're up to 5 gateways now for DeWalt, whereas Forever is up to 6. So, not Forever, Reach. So Reach is going to be able to go for a ton of units here, and that's definitely going to help him out. Well, obviously with the tech unit lead, and I think he actually has the tech lead in general. Yeah, the Citadel here is only just now finishing, whereas DeWalt's speed on his Zealots is almost halfway through done. So DeWalt definitely in a good spot in this game. We still have the Reaver running around. Gonna find another pylon in the middle of the map. Not even gonna waste any minerals on it. Who cares about a random rogue pylon? Now, are we gonna see these island bases taken? That could be interesting. Now, it is gonna be 2 Reavers against 2 Reavers, but they do not have a shot at the moment. This is definitely a cursed attack, though, coming in here from Reach for sure. But looks like the Reaver's gonna come in from behind. Oh my god, the probes are undefended. Oh my goodness, what a massive Scarab. That's exactly what he wanted. Now, wait, did he lose his Reaver? No, he didn't. Oh, I thought he lost his Reaver shot as well. That is the best Scarab that he could have possibly had in that situation. And it cost him nothing to do. So, well, it cost him 25 minerals or 15 minerals or however much it is. But that was definitely good. It now gives him a probe lead. He is going to be behind in bases though, so he has to make something work. He's got a ton of units above his opponent now, so let's see if he can make it work here. 2 Reavers dropping off at the front. The shuttle getting targeted down. The 2 Reavers at the front. There's actually 4 Reavers against 2. Oh my god, there's so much blue goo. I can't even work out whose Scarabs are dying. Oh my goodness, DeWalt has just plummeted in supply. This is not looking good for our Russian Protoss player here. He's down to 1 Reaver against 2. The Reaver micro was not oh my goodness, that Scarab though. He can't do anything about these 2 Reavers. He's microing a losing battle here, but oh my god, somehow that the shuttle stays alive. But look how much damage these Reavers are doing to the mineral line. This 1 Reaver is an absolute hero. It is holding the tide against so many units. Oh my goodness. But looks like the natural is going to go down now. +1 attack is going to be cancelled, most likely. Now, Reach did a really good job keeping his Reavers alive. There are 20 kills on this 1 Reaver. I mean, realistically, that could have been the one that killed like 10. Oh my goodness, DTs. Oh, there is an observer here, don't worry. Ignore me. I was thinking they were going to save the day, but apparently not. +1 did not finish. Yep, +1 didn't finish. This 1 Reaver is still put in work. Still can't see the kill counts. Oh, loses the Reaver. This could actually have just snowballed out of control here. He's going for Storm now, but he doesn't have anything that can kill the Reavers out here. So we're going to have Reach with a probe lead. with a gateway lead and with a base lead when this base eventually finishes. And DeWalt is just in a pretty awkward position. Now we are going to have a drop coming down here in the bottom middle of the map. He's only got one Reaver, doesn't want to send it in yet. Maybe thinking a little bit better to go into one of the other bases. Now, Reach's base is actually mined out. If you don't know this about this map, these bases are actually like half bases, because you do get 2 of them. Now, this Reaver, we definitely can't have DeWalt losing this, so does need to be careful. Oh man, sorry, I missed a drop on the expansion. It doesn't look like any probe side though, so he did manage to hold on to it. He didn't lose the Reavers either, so... Now Reach is going down to 1 base, and so is DeWalt. Both of them are mining out of their main. Both of them have essentially mined out their natural. In DeWalt's case, he lost his natural. And Reach is only mining bases this one. Now, as I mentioned, this is a relatively old map. Most of the bases on this map are half bases compared to normal, standard, modern macro maps. So, it forces a lot of expansion. The expansions are obviously a little bit easier to take. That was possibly the worst Scarab he could have had in that situation. But a shield battery out the front is going to make it very difficult. Now, we've got to draw... Oh my goodness, no, the Scar... Oh, so much damage. Oh my goodness. That was the Scarab you wanted. But with DeWalt on 1 base, and it doesn't really matter. Like, if he loses those probes, it is bad. But without the ability to expand anytime soon, it doesn't really matter too much, does it? He's still got 1 billion probes on that base, so... Oh, here comes another drop coming in. Looks like the Reaver going to come in. Oh, going to lose the shuttle. This Reaver, though, what's the Scarab? Oh, 13 kills on that Scarab. Ridiculous. My goodness, we finally got to see it. But that second Scarab didn't do nearly as much. Now it looks like DeWalt getting ready to push across the right-hand side of the map. This game is still not over. DeWalt does have these minerals to mine through as well. It gives him a little bit of extra money. But he cannot break this position. But with all of Reach's units there, this kind of guerrilla play, the guerrilla tactics coming in here from DeWalt are going to do so much damage. Oh my god, this is Reach's only mining base right now. If he can loot, or if he loses this base, oh my god, that shot is so low on health. Oh my goodness, that's not even... Oh, the Reaver goes down, but storming his own probe line, not where you want to be. Neither player really pushing in elsewhere. DeWalt has breached the only mining location from Reach. The High Templar going to go down as well. Looks like he's distance mining from these minerals. This is such a crazy game. Now it looks like, oh, Reach is going to go in. Oh my god, the storm is so... It gets a Reaver! Oh my goodness. What a storm. Oh, both trading so efficiently. They're both on 101 supply. Oh my goodness. I love games like this. What a series we've had. But does Reach just have too many units? This is do or die. Reach is not mining. Well, he kind of is. But DeWalt is also very low on units. Looks like we do have a lot of units going down from both players. It's hard to really tell who is coming out the better end of this engagement. Looks like it is going to be Reach. And DeWalt is not going to be able to macro up out of his main again. DeWalt's supply plummets to 47 of 122. Probes coming out here to try and move over to the expansion. Gonna go down. But it looks like this is just a little bit too much for Reach. Looks like the units from the third base that did kill everything are coming back here to try and help defend. It's going to take a long time. Yeah, there's no extra units down here in the natural, so this is pretty much all DeWalt has. If he can hold on here, if he can counter, he's going to be in a good spot. Like, imagine if he had a DT at this base right now. But this all comes down to this final engagement. There is a DT there, but it does get taken down. There is an observer in the skies. And DeWalt's units are coming out one by one right now, and this is not where you want to be. GG, after a crazy PvP, DeWalt taps out Reach. Takes game number 2. Okay, so that was a really sick game. That was really cool. Monty Hall leads to some amazing games, like really awesome games. So do keep watching the STPL. It's going to be better. I've noticed we've gone over 200 viewers. Welcome to the STPL. Hopefully you enjoyed that game. That was definitely a good one. That's going to put Valhalla team up 2-0 in the series. So if iRk want to break their 3-loss streak curse against them, they're going to have to win the next 3 games in a row. Now we're going to go into game number 3 when we get back after this very short break. See you guys soon.
STPL Season 3. Yeah. STPL does. Bio TVP? Wow! No problem. We got dragons to defend. Yeah. STPL does. STPL does. Mass Scout? Oh, I'm so afraid. We got Hydralisk to defend. Yes. STPL. STPL. Fantastic production. Fantastic casters. Fantastic prize pool. Only in STPL.
Outstanding. Rock and roll.
Okay, it's time for a quick tip. Here we have Neo Outlier. I'm going to show you how to get it. Okay guys, welcome back. We're going to be heading into game number 3 here. Starting us off for iRk is going to be the treacherous Polish player True Touch, who essentially stopped playing for Net Wars, said he was going to play no Clan Wars ever again, and then he comes back, joins iRk. He's not played too many games in the STPL, so in case you like, I added the graphic on the screen to say what it means, but essentially he's only won 10 games in the STPL so far, so there we go. A little bit unfortunate. In terms of win rate, he's doing pretty well. He's got a 62% win rate, 100% win rate against Protoss over 4 games, which gives him a little bit of a statistical advantage over his opponent here, who is Cobra. Cobra, also known as Melon now. I'll be calling him Melon throughout the cast because that's his new name. But Cobra only played 1 game. Technically, he's got a 100% win rate, but it's only in 1. So that's how it goes. Now, the map we're going to be heading into is probably the most standard map of this season. It is Andromeda. PvZ on this map we've seen is really good. Shad versus Wapple D earlier on was a 25-minute game, and it was amazing. So looking forward to seeing how this is going to go. The Pride of Poland up against the Fruit of Valhalla in Melon. Let's get started. The game has begun, and down here in the bottom right hand corner we have the light green Protoss player, the Fruit of Valhalla. It's Melon. And his opponent spawning down here in the bottom left-hand side of your screen, often asking what would Jaedong do. It's the pink Zerg player fighting for iRk. It's True Touch. Now I'll be interested to see how True Touch plays this one out. True Touch, essentially, he's good at macro, he's good at aggression. It's why he's one of the 2 best Zerg players outside of Korea. And I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to go. Now, we're not going to have an overpull here, so it looks at all. Okay, he's going for an overpull. Sorry, he's going for a 12 hatch. That's actually a really risky play. But luckily enough for him, Melon is going for a Forge Fast Expand, so if Melon got here quick enough, this is actually a really good map for cannon rushing. So you can build a cannon here, pylon here, and it can make it really difficult to deal with, but well, he is going to double scout. This could actually be a big problem. Could we see True Touch lose his hatchery to a cannon rush here? Is this really going to be part of Melon's repertoire? Cannon rushing in modern PvZ is not common anymore. Like, people just don't really do it because basically overpull is so prevalent because of one gateway expand. It's essentially made cannon rushing pointless. It's not going to be a cannon rush. It is going to be a nexus behind this. He is going to have to build a cannon here to defend. But honestly, seeing this late of a pull, I would like to see a cannon come up here. Okay, so it looks like he's not going to do it. He's just going to defend back at home, the gateway coming up. This is a bit of an awkward wall to do on this map, so you'll see that the cannons, there'll be a lot of room for cannons at least, but a Ling Flood could cause a few problems here for Melon. Okay, what else is going back on up here? We've got a third base. Oh my goodness, I don't think he scouted it. I think he was going to check, but the drone hadn't built the hatchery yet. Jordy, you've actually got that the wrong way around. He was Cobra, and now he's Melon. Cybercore coming up. Getting ready to go into some tech here. We've got a lair coming in here for True Touch. Now, getting away with this third base is actually really risky, but he's actually making it work. So, this is kind of like a little bit of a different style. We saw Shad play on this map, who's another Polish Zerg. Shad opted to go for another natural. He built a ton of Sunkens, a ton of defense, and eventually he did actually exhaust himself against WAP all day. But in this game, we've got True Touch taking a little bit more of an aggressive opening. But that's just how it is. And if you guys want to hear about cool name changes, Hire is called Mulgogi. Just saying. And Killer is Juno. But Killer has a story behind his. Like, he wanted to get away from like the curse of being Killer, because he lost a lot of games under that ID. Like, I think the thing a lot of foreign fans don't understand about the way Koreans pick their IDs is the IDs are more kind of a forefront. They're more known by their actual real names. So when they change their IDs, it's not a big deal because everyone knows who they are anyway. Sometimes, like, it's kind of a psychological thing. Like, when you get a new ID, it's almost like you're starting afresh, which is why Killer went from Killer to Baxter to Juno. So that's it. We do have the Spire coming in here for True Touch, who did lose one of his overlords, so he's a little bit supply blocked. Now Stargate and Citadel coming up at the same time, so Melon is pretty much playing this the most standard you can play it. True Touch getting his 4th base at the mineral only in his main base. Very standard for this map as well, so I think we could have a long macro game on our hands here. Neither player really wants to look into attacking each other. So we're going to have Carapace coming in here for True Touch, which is kind of cool. That means we're going to have a little bit of Muta play coming in here for him, which helps with the fact he got this 3rd gas so quickly. True Touch getting ready to defend this base with a lot of Sunkens as well. You can build an Evolution Chamber and a Hatchery here to wall that off. Now we're quite far into this cast right now, which is pretty crazy. But we'll get there. We've got a Templar Archives coming up here for Melon. We've got the first Corsair being chased away by those Scourge. Well, I say chased away, it's chased towards his base, but he is going to be able to get this eventually if we do have a little bit of miss micro. And losing that first Corsair is actually a massive problem when you're going to be up against a Muta player here. So Melon is going to confirm that this base is up. He's going to see the 3rd gas, so he should know that it's not going to be a Hydra build here, but the Corsair definitely outrunning the Scourge for the time being. Is he going to be able to make the turn? Yes, he does. That's actually quite difficult to do. But I kind of want to see if this Corsair can get back home. The Scourge, you can see, is slowly catching up. He needs to do the 90-degree turn. If you do the 90-degree... Oh! Okay, he takes 1 Scourge. Is he going to be able to get it back home? That's the important question. He's getting in a position to get close to the cannon, so it does look like he's going to save it. And that is so important. Now, do we have +1? No, we don't. So he's not figured it's going to be a Muteless build here. So he isn't going for more Corsairs, and this could be deadly. The Muteless are starting to come out here. He's going to have 9 Mutas very quickly. 8 for now with the 9th just popping out. And this means it's going to be incredibly difficult to hold on. He is adding a cannon to his mineral line because he knows it's a possibility. But 1 cannon is not going to be enough. Like, this is so many Muteless coming in. This is going to be 11 Mutas by the time he gets here. No, 10 Mutas, sorry. Bad at counting. 1 cannon is not going to save you against this. And he doesn't have Storm yet either, I wouldn't believe. Yeah, the Templar not getting in position to Storm. 1 Corsair. Wow, what's that going to do? Absolutely nothing. And so many of these probes are going to go down. True Touch, remember, needs to win this game. At the point of time he was playing this, he didn't know this would be such an important game in this series, given they're all played at the same time. But as we viewers know, if he does not win here, Valhalla team will take the series. And that's definitely not what you want to see. Now, that was a ton of damage. Now, finally, we're seeing some more Corsairs being added on. No +1 air, though. Let's see what True Touch can do. He's going to push forward. He is going to get a load more. Oh, the Storm, but he does get away. He doesn't lose a single Muteless so far, which is crazy. Now, True Touch, by going for these Muteless, are kind of sticking. Oh, please, 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 can we get a Maelstrom? I love Maelstrom. It's so good. I always feel so hyped when we get to see it. Oh, Maelstrom on Muteless is so disgusting. But let's have a look. The Muteless going to be coming in from behind here. Is there enough energy on this Dark Archon? I think there is. I think it's nearly. I think it's 125 for a Maelstrom. Could be 100. But if he gets caught by this, this is going to be bad. And he's going to get caught. Maelstrom! Oh my goodness. Get out of here, Mutas. No more Mutas here. It's 100 for Maelstrom. Wow. What a Maelstrom. Like, that has changed the tide of this game entirely. Melon is suddenly in a fantastic position. There is a ton of Sunkens back at home, but no units. That was all of True Touch's army. And unless he can hold with these Sunkens, It's going to be difficult to tell. The Ling's coming out, going to buffer a little bit. Mist Storm actually going to really help out True Touch here. Oh, what a Maelstrom though. It doesn't matter that he's held on here, like wow. Losing 11 muters. Losing 11 muters to a Maelstrom is like losing every part of your life savings. It's just not good. Oh my goodness. I saw someone in chat saying Maelstrom is the most underrated skill in Brood War, but the most underrated skill in Brood War is in Snare against Terran. We've got some more Muteless coming in here now. If it didn't work the first time, keep it going. Does he have +2 Carapace coming in? No +2 Carapace, but he is going to go up to 7 Mutelisks. He's pretty well defended at the front. Now, he lost his Extractor, which means he's got less energy, well, not energy, less gas for Muteless. But oh my god, Storm on the mineral line. The Muteless taking so much damage, but soon, oh my goodness. Oh, Storms against the Mutas doing so much damage. True Touch definitely not pulling his Mutas away at the right time in either situation. But he did storm his own probes to make that happen, so... And Blind is underrated for sure. Blinding Observers is sick. Good luck clearing minefields with no observers. It's like what you basically end up with a 1 supply unit that does nothing. Now True Touch is up in workers. He's going up to a 5th base up here in the top left hand corner. But let's see if these Lings can do anything. He's going to force the issue but then pull back. Knows that he's not going to be able to break through there. Okay, we have got a big... Oh my god, a big swell of units actually coming around behind, gonna go for a counter-attack. I thought it was a big drop, but it was a Nidus Canal. And look at this! The Lings are gonna force most likely a cancel over here, but this Archon could be the defense he needs. True Touch gonna have to surround this immediately if he wants to take it down. Looks like we do have Adrenaline upgrade already, so these are gonna be doing a ton of damage, but can he get the Nexus? Looks like he'll be able to. True Touch. Lings do so much damage when they've got Adrenaline. And when you're on Hive, like, wait, do they not have Adrenaline? Does he even have Hive? He does. Oh, of course he does. He has a Nidus, but he doesn't kill the Nexus. He does have Adrenaline. Okay, I'm so bad at telling when Lings have Adrenaline or not. Like, it's so weird. We've got 3 Zealots trying to put some pressure on this top left-hand base. But it's going to be rough. Look at how many hatcheries we've got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 up there, 7, 8. We've got 8 hatcheries from True Touch, 51 drones. And Melon, he's only just now taking his mineral only. His economy was shot from the Mutelisks. We've got an Arbiter, I think. What was that noise? We do have an Arbiter. Oh, yes. Haha, cool. STPL does. An Arbiter and PvZ. That's 2 series in a row we've had one. Oh, but look at this. True Touch is so smart. A single Guardian. He knows there's going to be very little that Melon is going to have against it. He lost all his Corsairs earlier. And that is going to be amazing. Now, let's have a look here. See exactly how this is going to go. Ellis saying I need a co-commentator when Rapid is available. He usually casts with me, but where BSL is on at the minute, it's a little bit more difficult. Now this Guardian is going to be able to take out this base, but there is a lot of Storm energy down here, so that's going to help him a lot. We've got a lot of units coming up here to the top left. There is luckily an Overlord up here, so not going to be able to do too much. True Touch's reaction times with these Nidus Canals is insane. Oh, but here we go. Guardians coming into the natural mineral line. It would actually be really good if he could bring the Arbiter over here, but he doesn't want to show it off. But here we go. More Muteless going to be coming in here. Morphing into Guardians. Going to help out with the aggression. Oh, the Arbiter did come. Wait. Where is the Arbiter? Oh, it's still down here. He's waiting for energy. Now, recall on this map is actually a really good skill in PvZ if you can do it. because it's very difficult for the Zerg player to get back into their main. We do still have enough energy for 2 Maelstroms as well. The Guardian was cleaned up down here. Oh, it wasn't actually. It just pulled away when it got stormed. So 4 kills on this Guardian. Now, the Arbiter didn't just get itself killed, did it? Did we just miss an Arbiter dying? Okay, either way, let's have a look here. Looks like the Arbiter might be above the mineral line, but looks like we are... use the Maelstroms, man. Maelstrom. Maelstrom. I guess you don't need it, but... Maelstrom. Just do it. I think he's saving it for feedback, but there's no Defilers at the moment, so definitely not a problem. Oh, no. Just Maelstrom yourself. No! Oh, no. Here we go. Looks like that Arbiter was there. We are going to be able to clean this up, but this is a ton of damage that's been taken by Melon. That was such a waste of a Dark Archon. Definitely True Touch's lucky day today. But True Touch has seen the fact there is Arbiters out here now. There is a lot of Zerglings, but there's no Defiler. And without the Defiler, it means Storm Cannon's going to clean this up absolutely. Oh my god, oh, it's so low, but he saves it. Oh my goodness. But 49 probes is what we have for Melon. Oh my god, the Arbiter takes 2 Scourge and survives. This is a balanced unit, ladies and gentlemen. A completely balanced unit. It's great though, I love Arbiters. How do I get back to my normal view? Here we go. I completely forgot my key combinations. Okay, so looks like we're going to have a lot of pressure being put on this top left-hand base. There's no defense up here just yet, but you can already see True Touch is so good at just going through Niduses. Like, I know that sounds really weird, but it's so hard. You have so many units, but he's going to lose the natural for sure. We've got Scourge coming in here trying to go for the Arbiter, but the Arbiter's out in the middle of the map. I wonder what he's going to do with it. Oh my god, we've got Melon trying to expand to the middle of the map. That is not going to work. Oh my goodness, but True Touch is just going to let it happen. No, he's not. He's actually going to go and kill it. But he's trying to go over here to the bottom left, but finally we have Defilers. So this base is going to go down. Melon, though. Melon is in a position to kill this top left-hand base. What is this Arbiter doing? I really want to see something cool. But here we go. Looks like the Defiler going to come in with some Swarm. This is going to make this unit. Oh, the Storms, though. Oh my goodness. Plague on the cannons and the High Templar. But look how much damage is being done by these Swarms over here. The base in the middle of the map has been cleaned up. True Touch does survive in the top left-hand corner. But with the final Swarm energy going down, it looks like an Archon's going to come in, but go down before it can finish. And this base is going to fall. But the... Oh, the Arbiter, the Arbiter, the Arbiter, the Arbiter. Oh, that's going to go down. Full energy Arbiter, not making use of your energy here as Melon. I don't think this is a replay bug, because they're still building buildings. I think it's just... Both players have got... Like, True Touch is Ling Man. Like, True Touch has got so many Lings, it's very hard to, like, micro all of them, and then also macroing, where he's basically replenishing with just Lings. You build a big bank. Now, we've got a... the replay is definitely not bugged, everyone. We've got a Nexus coming up in the middle. If it was bugged, there would be no buildings that we're building. And yeah, True Touch is supply blocked as well, which helps. But realistically, when you're at 161 suppliers, Zerg, it's so hard to control that anyway. It's actually not worth building anything else, because you can't control it anyway, man. This is 61 drones, 1 million hatcheries. We should have the, yeah, the island's going to come up here. Oh my goodness, a recall in the main, but it's the world's smallest recall, but he's going to be able to get the Overlords before they can drop. This is going to be a... No, he's not! The Overlord drop is going to go into the main. Interestingly, there's no Overlord. He can't see the units. Oh my goodness, the Archons. But this drop in the main base is going to do so much damage. Cracklings into your main is something you don't want to happen. This is such a weird position to be in, but let's have a look at the drop. The crackling starting to drop out here. Looks like Reach did get his units in time. The base in the middle of the map is coming up. What a crazy game we've had. This has been a crazy couple of series we've had as well. This has been so good today. Oh, but True Touch loses his drop in the main base. He's still got a ton of money, but he does not have a 5th base. Okay, that was a weird storm, but we'll take it. Reach is... Oh, sorry. Melon is mining out. He's got 1 base over here on the right. He's got the middle base. This middle base has double gas. But at the end of the day, it's not the best base for him to take. He needs the top right. True Touch thinks he must have bases up here, so he's sending his links over. But he's not going to find anything now. Is True Touch going to... Is he just going to bleed Melon out here? If he can kill this base in the middle, he is in such an insane position. But if Melon can secure this, if True Touch keeps throwing away units, then this is not going to be good. Now, I don't think... Oh, there is more Arbiters coming in, so... This is going to make things a little bit even more interesting. Because both of them looking pretty good here. Now, it looks like Melon still has a pretty good army. Upgrade-wise, we've got 3-3-1 against... that's also a Protoss unit against 3-3. So, upgrade parity, but upgrades definitely scale a little bit better for Protoss in this matchup, given their units are a little bit more robust. Now, True Touch is able to take his 5th base finally. He's going to take this one not only at the same time and also go for both islands. We've got a big drop coming down here in the bottom right-hand corner. And with Melon's army all the way over in the top right, there is going to be nothing he can do to defend against this. Now, luckily enough, he's only on... Well, I say luckily enough, he's getting all of the tech here. And this is definitely rough. This is going to be so difficult. Can an Arbiter get in here and recall or something to defend this? I don't know. But losing all of your tech like this in PvZ when you're so low economy is not something you can recover from. True Touch definitely feels like asking what would J-Dog do in this situation. That's an old Sail meme from when me and him casted TL Open once. So it was kind of funny. No, I think it may have just been Sail that time, but... Looks like he does save his, he saves his thingy, saves his Arbiter, man. Looks like Reach is going to, well, Melon is going to be able to hold on to this base, but he does lose all of his tech, so he's going to have to rebuild it. Otherwise, he's only going to be able to play Gateway Man style for the time being. Oh, the Arbiter going to survive again! But the middle base is now in trouble. We don't have Storm coming in, which is definitely what he needs to hold on. There's so many Scourge. True Touch is like, you are not going to recall me. I don't care what you do. It's not happening. But looks like True Touch with the units in the top right making this very difficult. And with the constant drops, and this also now being possibly used as a staging ground, it's rough. Like, Melon is going to be constantly stuck defending his main base. We've got tech in a very dangerous, precarious position. Probably should build that closer to where his army can defend, because that's a very droppable location again. Now let's see if he's going to be able to do this. I mean, this is such a good series, so I'm hoping that we get to see this continue a little bit longer. Regardless of who wins this game, we'll see Game 4, but if we get an ace match in this series, it would be fantastic. But here we go, Plague on the Protoss units. True Touch with a ton of money still, but unable to break that middle base. And this is getting a little bit difficult. We've got another big drop loading up here, unless that was the, yeah, that was the Nidus again, I think. I mean, realistically, Melon is not going to be able to break through this location, so he does need to be careful. Plague is definitely a very strong spell. Getting all of the observers as well, making this very difficult, but the storms have been fantastic. Although without observers, without any storm remaining, he cannot break this location again. And it looks like we are just going to have a crazy amount of bases coming in here from True Touch, and just without the observers, there's nothing he can do to defend it. And look at this. Just a single Overlord drop of Lings. It helps clean up stuff. Melon's got a ton of Storm energy in his main base, which is good. It helps against possible drops. But turn around and fight them. You're just taking damage on this Archon for no reason. 27 kills. He's trying to get in to defend the middle base. But he needs to expand. Like, Melon, if he can take the top right base, we could have an hour-long game here. Like, this is so good. Now, we've got Lucky Bears asking where the Ultras are. Realistically, yes, you can afford them. But if you go Ultras and they kill all of them, and you don't have a big bank, you'll die. Ultras, as Edgewoda says in chat, are actually a massive trap. Now this is going to be a problem. This is a ton of units heading towards the middle of the base. And this is definitely not where you want to be as Protoss. This is so hard to defend. He does have a lot of, he has a lot of Archons. He's got a lot of Storm. He's got very good upgrades. So he is going to be able to hold on to this. But his Archons are not attacking this Lurker. And here come the Ultras. Okay, so he is going to build Ultras here. But against this many Archons, I don't think he's going to be able to do anything with them. So this is going to be a lot of dead supply. But there's no Observer. There's no cannons. Melon is going to lose one of his final remaining bases, I think. But the Storm, I mean, it could be better, but it's still a good one. This is just such a crazy situation for True Touch to be in. Melon is going to try and expand to the top right hand corner, but is it a little bit too little too late? He soaked a lot of gas up from the middle, 1,500 gas from both of those gases. So True Touch is not going to be able to get the full benefit of those bases in the late game. Well, I mean, we're technically in the late game, but here we go. Looks like True Touch still going to continue pushing forward. There is a ton of drones transferring to the top left-hand corner as this base is mining out. The bottom left-hand bases are completely gone. Now, if Melon can hold on, if he can secure the top left-hand base, he still has a chance. But he's up against the ropes here. There are a ton of Lurkers. He's got no Observers. And I think this just could be a little bit too much for True Touch. Looks like we are going to be heading into Game 4. GG. Melon taps out and True Touch wins game number 3. Okay, so that is going to tie... Well, it's not going to tie up the series, but it is going to put us 2-1 in favor of Valhalla team. Valhalla team still with the advantage. We're gonna head in to a TBZ after this break. It's gonna be a short break, maybe 3-4 minutes. Don't go anywhere, and we'll have SPX versus Crossy. See you guys soon.
And people like Kix, for example, who has an encyclopedic knowledge of every map that's ever been released on StarCraft. And
he's the map man! Skibidi-bidi-bidi-on-do-do-do. Skibidi-on-do-do-do. Skibidi-bidi-bidi-on-do-do-do. He's the map man! Ba-da-ba-da-ba-dee-da-ba-ba-da-bo. Ba-ba-ba-da-bo. Bee-da-ba-ba-da-bo. Ba-ba-ba-da-bo. Everybody plays one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back. If Kix can do it, so can you. Gooba-dooba-dooba-dee-da-ba-ba-da-bo. Ba-ba-ba-da-bo.
Please don't listen to him for maps.
Yeah.
Okay guys, welcome back. We're here for game number 4 of Valhalla team versus iRk. Valhalla team are 2-1 up still, but with True Touch taking out Melon, the dream is kept alive for iRk in this series, and it's up for their next player here, their Russian hero. It's SPX. Now SPX in iRk hasn't done as well in the STPL as maybe people would imagine. He is a very good Terran player, but his results certainly don't show it so far. But let's see if he can win here and take us to an ace match, as he is going to be facing off against Crossy, one of the better players from the BSL, a Canadian-Korean. I'm not really sure how that works, but I think he lives in Korea at the moment. He's currently 66% win rate over his games, but he hasn't played too many. But let's have a look of the map we're going to be heading into as well. It's from ASL Season 8. It's Tripod. This is going to be the first TVZ we've seen here. Protoss have been doing pretty well on this map, but obviously TVZ, very interesting. It's Transistor, if you remember seeing that from the previous ASL and from the latest season of BSL, but good. Transistor is a bad map. Tripod is a good map. That's my opinion. But I'm going to say it because I have a platform to say it. But Tripod definitely a lot better than Transistor for sure. And it's going to be a great game here as we get into game number 4. It's SPX versus Crossy at TVZ on Tripod. Okay, the game has begun, and down here in the bottom left-hand position, we do have the Russian Terran fighting for iRk. It's SPX. And his opponent spawning up here in the right-hand corner is going to be the Korean player fighting for Valhalla team. It's Crossy. Now, Cross is on match point here. If he wins here, Valhalla team will take their second match, here, and their second consecutive win in STPL Season 3. And not only that, they will win their 4th match in a row against iRk. There is a lot of pressure here for SPX to win here, and iRk are going to want to break the streak. They want to prove, and it's been proven before, the Korean teams can be beaten by the foreign teams. It's happened. So many times have we come close to having White Clan, Valhalla team, knocked out of the group stages, of the playoffs, sorry. And I mean, White Clan, they got through by the skin of their teeth last season. They came second overall, of course, but they lost week 1 against Eternal Friends. Now, SPX, he's going for a gas opening here. Going for Wraiths against Crossy, I think, would be a mistake. So, I think we're likely just going to see a Goliath opening here, and that's actually really good on this map. So, let's see if SPX can do it. Can they take it to an ace match? Like, when you think of ace matches, right, you think of the good players on iRk and Valhalla team. The players that played today, because usually the ace players are from the same matchup. From iRk, you've got DeWalt, you've got True Touch, and you've got, like, SPX, realistically. Like, as Valhalla team, as their management, if you end up in an ace map situation, who do you send out? You either have to go against one of the best Zergs outside of Korea, or one of the best Protosses outside of Korea, or they may throw in a curveball and send SPX. It's really difficult to decide, and both True Touch won his game today. DeWalt came close. But it's crazy. Looks like we've got Cross going for an expansion. Going into a lair on 2 hatches. Very, very normal these days. Now we've got a Vulture coming in first. We are going to have 2-port Wraith here coming in from SPX. And that is such a risky play. This is so hard to do against such a high-class Zerg player. And his starport is late. His starport is nearly 100 minerals late, which means this 2-port Wraith. Every part of this 2-port Wraith is later than it should be. We're going to have the Creep Colony up here for a Sunken. It's not going to be for Spores. I mean, if he goes blind Spores, that would be insane. Now, this is going to be tough for SPX. If SPX... Oh my god, SPX is going to get into the main with the Vulture. Oh, he's going to lose the Vulture. Okay, never mind. He does get a drone, but that's not what you want. You want multiple. But this is the story. Can he do any damage with these Wraiths? Can he do enough damage? Where does he go from this? Now, when you go 2-port Wraith, it's technically an all-in, right? When you go 2-port Wraith, it's very tough. Now, we've got Cross going for a creep colony in his main. Going to be most likely for a Sunken, given the fact you can go for a Vulture run by here. Which means you have to build that. Which means that's one less possible creep colony for a Spore. If SPX builds up a big enough force of Wraiths, you can one-shot Mutalisks. Yeah, look at this. He cancels the creep colony, or he cancels the Sunken when he sees the Wraith. Now the first Overlord is going to go down. This is a weird point in the game for the Zerg player, because you lose the first couple of Overlords, you can't build the units from your Spire, which you need. And obviously without the Spire units, he's going to go Burrow as a counteraction to these Wraiths. Now, going back to SPX, he has a couple of options here. Now, you can either go for 3 racks and go all in with Bio, because you force Spores. You cannot defend against this with just Spire units, because Cloak is going to come in. Oh, there comes the Burrow. Burrow is so good in the... Oh my god, he's even going to burrow the drone. Look at that, 2 health! Oh my goodness, this is... Oh my goodness. Oh wow. What an amazing play. Like, what an absolutely brilliant play there. Now, those drones, they're not mining. They're hurt. Until he gets an Overlord over here with Spire units, he can't realistically start to safely mine with them. It looks like he's going to feel a little bit safer now. We've actually got no Cloak. It's no Cloak, so the Burrow is actually not going to do nearly as much. We've got a missile turret at the front. SPX is going to go for a Bio timing behind this. I don't think he's going to expand. Now, these Wraiths, they're looking for Overlords. He knows there should be an Overlord around the middle of the map somewhere, and he's waiting. He's waiting for a big enough fleet of Wraiths. He knows that Cross is mining. His gas mining was impacted throughout all of that. And he knows there's not going to be that many Mutalisks, so he doesn't have to worry too much about too many turrets back at home. And let's see what he can do. He's got enough now to one-shot drones, and these drones have been hurt anyway. Now this is 4-5 Mutalisks, sorry, which is going to make this a little bit more difficult. Does need to keep his race together. And this is where he needs to be careful. Obviously, with only 2 base economy, the 3rd hatchery is done, which makes things a little bit better for Cross. But he is going to be under constant pressure from these Wraiths, especially as soon as this upgrade is done. Cloak maybe would have been better to get this a little bit earlier, but we should see SPX get him ready to add an academy on, which he is. He'll add 2 additional barracks on as well, and he is going to go for a big timing push here. It's very hard to win the game with just Wraiths, but when you force so many anti-Wraith things out, the bio timing is what kills the Protoss player. Now, the problem is SPX needs to stop this 3rd gas. When you're on 1 base as Terran, you cannot deal with 3 gas Zerg. It's just not possible. Now the Wraiths are doing so much damage to these Mutalisks. There's so many Wraiths here. The 2nd barracks is on the way. The 3rd barracks is going to start up shortly as well. And Cross knows it's coming now. So Cross is going to be able to drone up. He's going to be able to get the Sunkens he needs at the closest bases. But look at this, he forgot a drone. He forgot a drone at his Sunken. And it's so hard to see that as well. So he's probably not going to be mining from that. Now here we go. The Wraiths coming in. They snipe the Overlord. There's going to be no recompense for these Wraiths. The Mutas, the moving shots, so good here. Oh my goodness. SPX is doing so much damage. Oh my god, he can actually just fight this straight up. And he's going to get 4 Overlords as well for free. The Wraiths are not going down here to the Mutalisks. Oh my goodness. SPX is in such a good position here, and it looks like we could be going to the ace match. The drones have already burrowed. That means they're not mining. SPX needs to uncloak, but he's going to go and find this 3rd base as well, I think. Oh, he's waiting for the Scourge. Oh my goodness, SPX. But if he loses the race, he's not in a good spot. Good micro, though. Oh my god, he's going to get another 2 Overlords. No. Oh, he's getting... Oh my god, this is so good. Now he's gonna fight the Mutas straight up again. He's gonna get the Overlords. He's gonna lose his cloak energy. No, he's actually gonna decloak. This is still 7 Wraiths. He is going to be able to kill every single meatless that come out. By playing greedy and not going for an Evo chamber, Cross is getting punished here. And this isn't the end of it either. There's going to be a bio timing following this up. We should have Stim done. Stim is almost done. And when this comes in, he's just going to stim across. No, he's not. GG. Cross taps out. SPX takes us to the ace match. Now that was actually really well done. Like, I cannot understate how hard it is to go against a good Zerg player and do 2-port Wraith. It is such an incredibly risky build. If they defend it, you are dead. Like, you're on one base, what are you gonna do? Your biotiming has to work. But in that game, he killed Cross with Wraiths. That was it. That is such a massive feat to be able to do. Now, the ace match is going to be coming up after this short break. And then you'll find out who is going to be playing. See you guys soon.
STPL Season 3. Yeah. STPL does. Bio TVP? Wow! No problem. We got dragons to defend. Yeah. STPL does. STPL does. Mass Scout? Oh, I'm so afraid. We got Hydralisk to defend. Yes. STPL. STPL. Fantastic production. Fantastic casters. Fantastic prize pool. Only in STPL.
Outstanding. Rock and roll.
Okay, it's time for a quick tip. Here we have Neo Outlier. I'm going to show you how to get over these temples with a probe. I'll also do it with an SUV and a drone as well. So what you do is you essentially... Oh my goodness. Okay, starting us off here in the top left-hand corner for Valhalla team, looking to continue the 3-match winning streak against iRk. It's Disco in the blue. And spawning down here in the bottom right-hand corner, in the right of the Valkyrie spawn, in the pink, looking to finally break the curse, the thorn in their side of iRk. It's the Polish powerhouse. It's True Touch. Now, True Touch, if you didn't see his game earlier, did win his game in this series. Disco did not appear, so he did appear specifically for the ace match. Maybe he's their ace in the hole. But True Touch in the STPL, until this moment, has not had the best win rate. Unlike BSL, where he does incredibly well, multiple time champion there, in STPL in a Team League format, he hasn't been the strongest. But iRk, aGh, their captain, knew that he won today. And despite the fact they had DeWalt, they could have sent out as well. They sent out True Touch. Now True Touch is going for an early link push here. Off of a 9 pull. He's going 9 pull speed here. And I mean, this is a base where it's a map where you have to one base, essentially, as Protoss, because you can't wall in properly. Now, is this just going to be an incredibly quick ace match with True Touch just breaking up the ramp? I don't think so. There's 2 Zealots here already. Now, is True Touch going to expand behind this, or is he just going to go mass all-in? Losing to an all-in, like, in the ace match would be disheartening for Disco, but failing an all-in in the ace match would be incredibly disheartening for True Touch. So, this is definitely a gamble for the ages. Now True Touch is building up a lot of links. This does mean that it's going to be harder for Disco to push across the map when he gets a few units a little bit later on. True Touch is going to be able to expand behind this as well, and that's almost a little bit better for him, knowing that he has an option. Oh, he's actually going to hide the lings. When Disco leaves his base, when he kills this ling, that is when True Touch is going to pounce. He is going to run straight into the main, and he could do a ton of damage here. But let's see if that's going to work. Now we've got the second hatchery almost done. Lair is coming in. Is True Touch going to revert back to his mutas from the last game he played on Andromeda? Now in that last game it was a crazy 30-minute PvZ with True Touch winning out in the end. But this isn't Andromeda, this is Fantasy 2, the weirdest map we've got in Season 3. And having a very long macro game on here is difficult, but going muteless here, especially when your opponent's in the Legacy of Char spawn, is incredible. Look at the airspace around this base. How do you defend this as Protoss? That is the question we have to ask ourselves. Of course, Corsairs are the answer, but you don't want to be relying entirely on Corsairs. Now the first Corsair is in the natural. It's going to kill an Overlord. There's no spy units just yet. Why is there no spy? There's no spy yet, that's why. What on earth? This is such a weird situation to be in. He's got nothing that can attack the Corsair. It's because he's going Hydra, but he went Lair. Is he going Lurkers? But Lurkers are such a weird position to be in here, so... Because the trouble is, yes, you can get Hydras, but how many Overlords are you going to lose before this? Like, he's going to be supply blocked. He's already supply blocked, and he's about to be even more supply blocked. So he's not going to be able to flood with Hydra. And he's not even going to kill this Corsair. This is definitely a little bit weird. Now, of course, Disco is not going to be able to expand here. But he is going to be going into... Oh my god, he's going into DTs. And he's killing the Overlords. I think Disco has just got a build order win. I think this could just be a really one-sided game. I hope it isn't. But I don't know how True Touch is going to be able to deal with the DTs. The DT's even going to kill these lings at the front. Oh, True Touch with the reactions. He noticed some of his lings dying. That's actually really, really good. It makes no... Oh my god, and he gets the Nexus! Or was it cancelled? No, I think he cancelled it, but still. Oh my god, he's going to do it again. No, he's not. Just kill the Nexus. Ah! Oh. Okay, so he's not going to do it. He's not going to do it. But Zerg is definitely in an awful position in this game. 2 Corsairs going to fly into the main. 3 kills overall. Hydras have not been in a good position so far. Lurker's coming in. I mean, if he gets a Lurker drop on the main mineral line, that is going to be really good. But unfortunately, I just don't know how he's going to be able to deal with this. Now, True Touch... He meets Bonneth in a lot of tournaments, and Bonneth goes for a lot of one base play, maybe not as much anymore, but in 2017, where I must have cast 20 Bonneth versus True Touch, series. Like, they played all the time in, like, every single tournament I would host. They would meet up with each other pretty much nearly in the final every time. Like, True Touch should know how to defend against one base builds. I mean, not only do they meet in tournaments, they probably meet on ladder all the time. But the problem is, how is he going to defend against the DT? This is such an incredible timing from Disco. Looks like we've got Evo Chamber coming in, but no Sunken. This is a really strong push. Like, this is a really strong timing here. Looks like the drone's going to be pulled. The DT could actually get behind the Overlords. Oh my god, he's going to get the DT. That's actually a massive pick-off if he does it. Now he just needs to hold on against the gateway units. He's in a bit of a weird situation where the economy for both players is a little bit messy. And True Touch is going to be able to hold on to the first wave of this push. Now the important question is, are we going to see a Lurker drop? Did he get Lurker drop here, or did he get Overlord drop? He's got Overlord speed for sure. But the trouble is, he's supply blocked again. He's constantly supply blocked in this game because he just can't deal with the Corsairs. This is what happens when you go Flare and you don't go Spire against a one bait. Oh, he is going drop. Okay. Oh my goodness, he's going to get the DT. Okay, he gets the shuttle. The DT is going to get away, but he is going to chase it like crazy. He wants to make sure this can't come in and hurt him a little bit later on. A good start step micro from True Touch. Oh no, he's going to let it get away. Oh no, that DT is going to cause some problems a little bit later on. Now there is a Lurker back at home, but as we've learned, Lurkers cannot shoot up, so this Corsair is still going to come in, look to do some more damage. Now the real question is, oh my god, is this DT going to scout this? What's his plan? Is he going for it? Okay, so he looks like he's going down there just to kind of hide out. But is this Lurker drop going to work? There's a cannon in the middle line, but that's it. One cannon is not going to help you. He has one storm. Sorry, 2 storms. 3 storms. There's no way he's going for a bust at the front. No way. This is not going to work. And he's showed his Lurkers. I guess he could go for a Lurker contain. That necessarily in this position wouldn't be bad. He's going to kill this pylon, which is going to give him a way to elevate her into the main as well. This is actually still anyone's game. Like, although Protoss has a massive economy lead, that means he doesn't actually have that many units. I think these are rangeless Hydras, which makes that even funnier. Yeah, he doesn't have range, so it takes forever to get there. But here they come. Lurkers coming into the main. There is a cannon there, but if the cannon gets taken down, that's it. But look at this, the spread of the Lurkers. But while he's spreading them, they're not doing damage. It looks like Valhalla teaming. Oh my god, there's an observer there as well. Sorry, I completely missed that. It looks like True Touch has just been completely hard counted in this game. He's going to try and elevate her into the main. He's got no economy back at home. This is do or die. And with observers already, he can't kill the observers. He's got no units that can do it. This is game over. Valhalla team have won their 4th match against iRk. Like, if he'd have managed to kill the probes, maybe he could still be in with a chance here. I mean, oh wow, he's still actually going to elevate a unit in. There's no more storms left. But there's gateway units. He's going to get the cannon. But there's gateway units. Oh, is he going to get the High Templar? Oh, he's going to get the observer. Oh, this could actually be a big pick-off if he can get that. I think this is just too little too late. He's got this Lurker back at home to help defend against this DT that's doing absolutely nothing. I mean, he is just continuing this all in, but I don't think it's going to work. I think he's just killed himself. But let's see if he can make magic happen. This Overlord is so close to dying. And if he loses these Overlords, yeah, there we go. He's actually going to drop. He's like, I'm not risking it. Not going in with these Overlords. He's going to push around to the side. There's a lot of Storm energy again still. And it looks like he's going to go for one last big all-in attack on the front. Oh my god, this is actually anti-timing. Okay, so we have one less cannon, but we've got Storm, and we've got Gateway units, and we don't have much Zerg units whatsoever. So there we go. A little bit unfortunate, a little bit anticlimactic. A great game, though, to finish us off here. Such a good series between iRk and Valhalla team, showing just the power of iRk, the power of Valhalla team, and how well they can do against each other when they clash. But unfortunately, True Touch just got his build completely countered in this game. And this is what it looks like. He's been fighting against the odds the whole way. He doesn't want to give up. He's even trying to save units in an Overlord. He still wants to win. He does not want to give up this game, but there's too much defense. It's really unfortunate for True Touch. Like, I wanted to see iRk break the curse, but I mean, he can't do anything about this. Like, he just can't. He's on 32 supply. GG, True Touch taps out. Disco takes game number 5. Now that is, unfortunately, going to be the end of our series there. It did end with a loss for iRk. A little bit unfortunate, I must admit, but it was still an incredible series. The final game was really good. A little bit unfortunate that his build was kind of blind countered by Disco there, but really, really well fought by True Touch. He didn't give up till the very, very end. Now, just so we can clear this up, obviously 3-2 victory for Valhalla team. We have had an incredible amount of viewers today. Thank you so much for tuning in. No green screen today because I was being lazy, but a massive thank you to our sponsors, Liquipedia, Maturino, and Esport Fund. With their help, we have got currently, as well as with some donations on Maturino, we've currently got $1,300 in the prize pool of our $2,000 goal. If we reach that, the prize pool of Season 3 will be a lot higher. Season 4, sorry, we're in Season 3 at the moment. And a massive thank you to all the people who support on Patreon. I still need to fix the Patreon video at the end of the stream, but please do enjoy. Thank you once again for tuning in. I'm going to find someone to host after this, so don't go anywhere. I'll put you on to someone good. Hopefully there's someone casting a tournament or something. Well, hopefully there's someone good casting, streaming even, because it doesn't look like there is anyone. At least no one I know, so... who are we looking at? Yeah, there's actually no one I really know, so it's going to be difficult to host someone that I know that's actually, Is this a tournament? This is just called StarCraft series, but either way, let's have a look, and I'll see you guys next time.
Complete.